Do-do-do. Like the title.
Hang on, I'm otherwise occupied. Now, what did you say?
Like the title.
No, I don't see the title.
I called it the Hit or Miss Preview Edition. Just winging it. Had a late morning. Still working on. You know, deadlines to meet and such.
No, I don't know.
My friend's birthday is this weekend. He wants to go shooting, finally. It only took him a year and a half. 18 months without pew-pew. Come on, man. Really? Now my only concern is because he's 2 hours north of me, how's the range going to be like? If it's indoor or outdoor. If it's indoor, I can't bring my Marlin. That's going to be a no-go. If it's an outdoor, that's fine.
Isn't there like a fucking million acres of Texas that are like open country?
Yeah, I wish we had BLM land. We don't. Or Office of OLM, I guess it's called, isn't it? Office of Land Management. We don't have that shit here.
No, we have IDNR here.
We don't have anything like that. It sucks. Like, once upon a time, about 2 miles south of my neighborhood, there was a middle school out in the middle of nowhere. And about a quarter mile north of that middle school, there was this pit. It was like a drainage ditch for the entire neighborhood, but it had white sand, soft sand at the bottom. It was like a small lake, and people would ride their dirt bikes and shit out there, and you'd find like shotgun shells and brass casings all over the place. But that whole thing is gone. Like, they built an entire neighborhood around it now. So I used to go 4-wheeling there on my Jeep all the time too.
Yeah, yuppies are ruining the fucking country.
All in the name of progress.
Well, you can't fault them for wanting to get the hell out of the cities.
Oh, no. It's, you know, what's really funny is it's like, I call it a ripple effect, right? A town is born, the center of town is the place to be. People live there, people work there, yada, yada, yada. After it gets older, like the criminal element starts to set in the middle of town. Nobody wants to go there. And like ripples in a pond, you see these rings of suburbs start to develop around the center. And then the people all start moving out to the rings. And then when that ring gets old and crime starts settling in, they go out further to another ring and another ring and another ring. And then all of a sudden, after a while, they renovate the inside, the innermost ring downtown. And all of a sudden, everybody wants to go back again. So it's like, it's a circular migration for people maybe every 20 years. Like right now, downtown Houston is not a bad place to be. Where 20 years ago, nobody wanted to be there. Really weird. I'm on a pretty outer ring, but they've already built 2 rings beyond mine. And that's where I want to be, because it's nice out there. My favorite bar is out there.
Yeah,
one of my gun ranges is out there.
Just think 20 years it'll be deserted.
My neighborhood's the place where people are moving out now. And it's not like the crime is bad where I'm at. It was bad where I was at maybe 10 years ago, but it's settled down now. But the property value damage is already done.
One ring to rule them all.
Yeah. That would be the center. That would be downtown, obviously. Yeah. If you want the cute little white girls in cutoff jeans and fucking Abercrombie shirts or whatever else is in fashion these days, you got to go to the outermost ring. I shit you not, man. Like the place where my pub is, it's like Beverly Hills 90210 again. That's why I like going out there. You got a lot of nice girls. You know, that kind of thing. I heard that this morning on the way to work.
I don't so much care about that shit anymore.
Sorry. Even if I was married, my eyes can't deceive me. Like, it's okay to look on the menu. Just don't eat. My ex-girlfriend yesterday texted me out of the blue. She's crazy. She's certifiably crazy. Like, she actually needs professional help. Her family life is pretty terrible too. You seen the movie Carrie?
Yeah.
That's what her life is right now. Like her mother's turned into Carrie's mother, and she's turning into Carrie, but even more farther isolated. It's actually kind of scary.
So she's gonna burn the countryside down.
I'll put it to you this way: her sister is scared that she's gonna find, you know, her younger sister, this girl that I dated, on the news one of these days for killing her mom. Like that's how worried she is. I'm like, it's not quite that bad yet. Like I still stay in contact with her sister, so we talk about this from time to time.
Why did the psychotic ex-girlfriend contact you?
She said that this is gonna sound weird. She said, I think Adam. She said a name. I think she said Adam from the Bible spoke to her yesterday. Said she was ugly, and she asked me if I thought that was true. And I was just like, who? And she says Adam from the Bible, and I'm like, it's not real. She's like, what do you mean it's not real? I'm like, people don't come out of books. Like, you need to come to terms with the fact that you're seeing things that aren't real. They're not real. I was like, and your mother's not helping you at all. Her mother's an enabler. And a Bible thumper. Like, ridiculous Bible thumper. That's all she talks about these days.
Well, you got to figure Adam had one to compare to, so hey.
Like, I actually thought about sitting down in front of her mom one day and just telling her, be like, you are doing more harm than good. You're not doing anything useful for her right now. But I'm trying not to get involved. My inner psychologist keeps telling me I need to, but she's not paying me. So, you know. I can't fix what doesn't want to be fixed. Anyway, I didn't want to drag the mood down or anything. It's just that happened last night. It was just really awkward. I went to bed early. She's
get comments from old girlfriends quite a bit. Mostly they're inviting me over for the night. I'm like, no, thanks.
See, what bugs me is I don't get a lot of messages from the ex-girlfriends. I get messages from their sisters. And their sisters are always the ones I wish I dated.
To be honest with you, the ex-girlfriend that I talked to probably the most, I didn't even fucking know she had a sister.
Like my current girlfriend, I get along with her sister just fine because actually I grew up with her sister more than her. And they're really not on speaking terms these days.
In my own defense, her sister was like 10 years younger, and I had moved out of the area before the sister came into public light, you know, like the school system or whatnot. I had no fucking idea.
Well, I'm planning my weekend gun range buffet. I'm going to charge up the batteries on the GoPro and everything so I can get some range footage. I'm going to a place called Sherman, Texas, which is BFE as far as I'm concerned.
Today's first day of hunting season here, so I went.
Find anything?
Not really. Seen a couple, but
Squirrel or deer?
squirrel. No, if I was deer hunting, I wouldn't be here. I'm going to stay the whole time season's on down there. Unless I get a deer open in the morning or something, then I won't stay. But
my dad did that one time up in northern Michigan. Him and his brothers and a couple of his cousins from the police force. They all met up at this like cabin thing, and they were all talking about what they were going to do for the hunt. And, my dad had, I think it was a 270 Weatherby or something like that. And he goes, "Hey, are we allowed to, like, is deer season officially started?" And they're like, yeah. We're going to get an early start early in the morning. And he was like, "Can I see your rifle for a second?" He's like, "Yeah." He hands him the rifle. He goes, "What do you need it for?" He sticks the gun out the window. Bam, 12-point buck. Right out the kitchen window. Scared the shit out of everybody when they heard the bang. He's like, "I'm done." They all walked outside, took a look at it, and they're like, "Mickey's done. It's over." The night
great,
of.
I get to enjoy this freaking cabin in the woods while you fuckers are out there tunnelling through the briars, brambles.
Pretty much. Opening day, beer from the kitchen window. I love that. He had a picture of it too, but his first wife has all his photos, and he thinks that she probably threw them all away.
That's kind of part of what squirrel season is about too, is looking for where I want to go deer season.
When you squirrel hunt, do you blind hunt or do you stalk hunt?
I stalk hunt.
That's the way I do it too.
Or if I'm just like today where I wasn't really giving a shit, I just hike through the woods.
Yeah. I got a buddy who blind hunts in a truck. Like, it's all camoed out. And then what he does is he just rolls down the window and then he throws like a camo netting over the top of the truck. He sticks the gun barrel through it. That's his blind. He's like, "I never have to leave my truck."
You know, it's illegal here.
Really? Like, you can't shoot from your vehicle?
Nope. I could get a special permit because I'm disabled, but
y'all got some weird rules, man.
Look at where he lives.
I know. This is weird rules. Like weird hunting rules.
He was going on about how he doesn't have poisonous critters in his area, and I'm like, no, you're forgetting about the two-legged ones that go to work in the government all the time.
Everybody has those.
You don't have like water moccasins and cottonmouths and like the bayous up there?
Nope.
I bet you do, just not in major numbers. Like, because they wander, you know? Fucking an ocelot showed up in Flippy's Neck of Texas, and they're not even supposed to be in this country.
No, they're in South America, aren't they?
Yeah, but he said he's seen one in his area.
I have never in my whole life seen or heard of one.
Yeah. Hold on. This is Flippy we're talking about. Are we sure it was an ocelot, not like a bobcat or something?
No. He knows what an ocelot looks like. He described it perfectly. He was like, it was a cat that looked like a house cat that looked like a leopard. I'm like, yeah, that's an ocelot. I mean, he's giving us no reason not to believe it, you know? Damn, I keep cutting this fucking hangnail open. But anyway, I mean, if one wandered up this far, it's not a far-fetched idea that a water moccasin or a cottonmouth slithered its way up that far. Shit, they found a bull shark in Missouri. I mean, come on.
The thing about ocelots is I've heard them being sighted in southern Arizona, and they probably show up around where Matt lives in Brownsville.
Wouldn't doubt it.
Because Matt lives in like the southernmost part of Texas, and that's where you can see some ocelot down there.
I always joke with them. I'm like, you're practically in Mexico.
He practically is Mexico.
Yeah. It's like,
just give him a pina colada flavored donut.
just south of Brownsville, there's like another major, Matamoros. I mean, it's almost like the same city with a border in between it. I think I'm going to take the 44, 500. I don't know if I'm going to bring the 454.
You must bring the 454.
Well, I'm bringing both Marlins. I'm bringing the 500 for sure. I don't get to shoot that enough. I don't shoot my 44 that often anymore either.
Yeah, Brownsville is at like the border. It is literally at the border.
Yeah, the border crossing is at the southern end of town.
Yeah,
And then Matamoros is like on the other side.
yeah.
It's sort of like Dallas and Fort Worth. They're technically connected, you know? You're not even putting a wall in between the two. Fort Worth people were just like, fuck yeah, we need a wall. Fuck Dallas.
They don't need a wall.
Has he arrived?
He's out in the chat.
He's on the chat.
After his walk, their hike.
A rare sighting of G-Whips. Where you'll just see a pair of hands floating in the sky.
Pretty much. So I heard on the news this morning that I think it was anonymous. I wouldn't doubt if it wasn't anonymous, but they hacked HBO's streaming site and they took like almost every episode of Game of Thrones for this season already. They know how it ends. That's funny.
Yeah.
Now I must find it. That'll be the first chat I come back to in the evenings. I'll go join Matt's chat like next Monday. I'll be like, I know how it ends. User was banned from this stream. We don't want to know.
I'm content to stay ignorant until the next episode shows up.
That's one of those shows that I hate waiting week to week for. Walking Dead's the same way, but I still do it. As long as there's something for me to watch every day, like a show, I don't mind.
I mean,
like yesterday, it used to be on Tuesdays, but now it's like Monday nights, real late Monday nights. But I can get my CN Arsenal fix on Monday nights now. Like right before I go to bed, an episode comes out. So I watched it. It was the FN 1903 or 1908. 1903, I think. It's pretty good. You could tell he needed a break or something because like the last couple episodes are sort of short format, less than an hour. Then again, there's probably just not a whole lot to talk about with those.
I did have one good thing happen night before last, actually. His dad got to come home from the hospital, so he's doing well.
Awesome. Walking and talking.
Yeah. Can't
Got
see
him
very
on, like,
well, but
20 pills.
I just took a couple of cholesterol pills and Plavix.
Interesting. Yeah, so it hit the back of his brain, huh?
I don't know.
I think the back, it's either the very front or the very back of the brain that affects your eyesight. Like I had a friend who, his dad had a stroke like that too. And everything was fine, except he said that when he said it looked like he was constantly walking around with sunglasses on. It dimmed his vision. That's all it did. The doctor was like, well, considering what could have happened, he's like, that's actually the best outcome you could have expected. But now he has a provision on his license that he can't drive after like 6 or 7 p.m. Just too dark for him.
Yeah, they're saying Dad ain't gonna be able to drive anymore. He can't see well enough.
Yeah. So who do we think is going to replace Scaramucci as White House press secretary?
I don't give a shit.
I think it needs to be. I can't remember the guy's name. Maybe Angry will chime in with it. But if you ever listen to the Rush Limbaugh radio show, which is just about to start for today, he always had, or on occasion, he has this like substitute host. He's I think, former Navy SEAL, and then he worked for like the CIA for a couple of years. He's a real young guy, but he's very clear and concise and clairvoyant. He would probably make a great White House press secretary, because what he would have to do is, in a calm way, destroy the enemy, the press. He needs to just calmly say, wait, let's get our facts straight here. What you really want to know is this, and then explain it in detail.
Is he a Republican or a Democrat?
He's like ultra conservative.
Okay.
Constitutional conservative too.
I like him already.
Yeah, I mean, what we need in press secretary right now is basically Rush Limbaugh, or a proxy of him. Someone who can actually explain things without losing his cool.
Yeah.
And use big enough words to confuse the media, but still get your point across. Yeah. Like, educated people will know what he's saying.
So 5-letter words.
Ooh, 5-letter words. I
think I'm more like 9 to 10. But yeah, you get the idea. It's like right now.
I'm okay with 4-letter words too.
I was okay with Scaramucci. I was perfectly okay with Scaramucci. I wanted a strong man, like a tough guy. I wanted that as the White House press secretary. But apparently the media fallout and the tabloid bullshit about his wife's divorce was so bad that they were like, they're running you through the mud. We can't have you. Plus, he was a bit unprofessional.
Oh, poor HVS. Did you hear that Bitcoin split?
I heard that one of the founders of Bitcoin was arrested on fraud charges over the weekend.
Oh, apparently Bitcoin split because they couldn't decide between something or other. So now there's Bitcoin Cash and then just the original Bitcoin. So it's going to tank.
Yeah, it is. And I don't understand why anyone would be stupid enough to invest in that shit. Because if you think about it, it's just like the dot-com bubble of the early 2000s. People are throwing money at something that doesn't exist. And as soon as you come to your senses and realize there's nothing physical there, they all sell out. And then the market tanks. It's just, people are investing in a dream. It's fake. They're giving something artificial value. Like paper money.
I mean, like what you have in your pocket and you were working for right now, paper money.
You know what I would invest in Bitcoin with? There's a program in an app called Stash Invest. You only have to put $20 into it, and you can just play around with the market. That's what I would use it on, because if I lost $20, I wouldn't care. Well, I would sort of care, because I just lost out on like 2 cases of Oktoberfest, but I wouldn't be worried about bills or whatever. But yeah, I heard a story that like one of the founders got arrested. Federal crime, fraud, securities fraud. Apparently, he was laundering money for drug people or something. It's crazy. If it's true, it's over. That's it. The split might have been a way to distance themselves from that particular entity. I don't know. I want to see. Hannity will never accept the job. He would never be accepted for the job either. But he would be a good one for press secretary. Limbaugh would be a good one. Mark Stein would be a good one. Mark Levin could have been a good one, but the thing is he's got his own network now, so he's too busy. Jeff Sessions still has his job, so I think that was all smoke and mirrors too. Donald Trump awarded the first Medal of Honor of his tenure to an Army combat medic for action served 48 years ago at Vietnam. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah.
I just never understood why it took so long for a certain citation to be awarded, because they write the citations for the actions very close to the time they did it. You know, they don't write them years later.
Well, sometimes the citation is contested,
Yes.
and
I
because
have a cite
because
for
it gets
all of them.
contested, it's just like the courts. It takes years and years for it to get confirmed.
Sure, but 48, that's like a whole full generation or two of Congress people. You know?
Sean, it's the
Congress.
government. Look how long court cases take.
Yeah.
You know,
did you get
fast
some
and
trigger timing
speedy,
yesterday?
fast and speedy trial. My ass.
Right. You have the right to one, but doesn't mean they're going to give you one.
Yeah, that's my point. And no, I did not.
Did you hear about that guy in Yemen that was dragged and executed in public yesterday?
Was he gay?
Nope. You know what? For once, I agree with it. He was found guilty. He was put in an armored truck with a 5-car escort. They stopped in the middle of town, let him out, put him down on a blanket, shot him 5 times in the back with an AK. 5th shot was a headshot. And they taped the whole thing. It's on Live Leak. He was found guilty of raping and killing a 3-year-old girl. It's like, that's the one part of Sharia law I agree with. Imagine if we did that here. Anyway, it's not really a whole lot of news. Sam Shepard died, what, yesterday or 2 days ago? The meme army is trolling people, putting up a picture of Sam Elliott. It says rest in peace Sam Shepard, but there's a picture of Sam Elliott. I hate that, because I question him like, no, it can't be right. That doesn't look right. There's something wrong with this picture. Order some more brass tonight. At 45.70. I want to have enough brass to like really have a good go with it this weekend. I've only got 250 rounds, and that's not enough.
Oh, if you load them hot enough, that'll be plenty for a day's shooting.
I loaded every one of them to the maximum that a Marlin can take, because there's one other rating in the book, but that's for like Ruger Model 1s or something, the single shot ones, which are built way stronger. But I loaded it to the hottest I could for Marlin loading. They're gonna scream. I got 250. No, sorry, 270 rounds of 45.70, and I've got 260 rounds. No. Yeah, 265 rounds of 30-30. I've got 200 rounds of 500. I've got about 1,200 rounds of 44. All I know is the back of my poor little Fiat is going to be low. Thought about driving the BMW, but I don't know if he has a dirt driveway or not. And if he does, it's going to rip my front end off. So I'm not going to take that car.
Hell, I got about 1,200 rounds of 44 here.
I have an idea. I want to run it by some of you guys, you two in the panel. I would like to do, for Gunchannels, a secret Santa program. Well, maybe not exactly a secret, but like we should have one person as an arbitrator, and then make like a database. We'll do it as a Google Sheet so everyone can see it, and then we'll do a rule like No gift can be more than $50. That way we're not overspending. And then everybody buys somebody else on the list one thing, and then we cross ship it to each other. And then we'll talk about it before it happens. And, you know, if people want to join in on that or whatever, we can do that. Like, you know, you can send someone a die set or something, you know. That'd be kind of cool. Get people involved, you know. And not make it ridiculous. So, like, put a dollar cap on it. That way Flippy doesn't send people, like, fucking BARs and shit. Oh, my messages aren't working. Yeah, because I mean, there's some stuff that like I can get down here that apparently people up north can't. You know, like someone would say, "Man, I can't find 44 Russian die sets or something anywhere." Well, I've got a set, or I can get you a set, something like that. You know, something weird.
That could be interesting.
Yeah. Like we'll let like 2 or 3 moderators into the page, because you know people are gonna have to obviously put their addresses in there so we can ship these things to each other. But that way, like if somebody chooses to send somebody something, we can mark them off the list. Like, okay, nobody sends somebody to this guy because there's already something going there. And then we just eventually work it down. It has to be an even number, obviously, too.
Now you're gonna have to consider too. Some guys are trying to save money to go.
I am too.
Relocate, and like Jimmy currently doesn't have a job.
Again?
You stopped working at that alcohol place?
Yes.
Bad hours?
I don't know.
Probably.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's why I said there should be like a cap on it, you know? That way, like Angry said, I sent you this magazine. It just happens to have an M82 attached to it, you know? Something like that won't happen.
Well, if you guys want to send me a freaking $50 magazine with a $5,000 gun hooked onto it, I'm fine with that.
Just not a requirement, so to speak.
Don't expect it in return because it ain't happening.
Yeah. I would mess with people. I would send them something rare. I would send everybody a 500 special bullet because they're really hard to find. They're like hen's teeth. They only made
and
them
then
like
next Christmas, everybody would send it back to you.
It's not like the peacock clock, man. It's just you would send somebody something interesting. Like G would probably appreciate it because it would go in the family collection, you know?
Well, that was the joke, though. You know, you re-gift old gifts, right?
541 special both.
Yeah, 41 special is hard to find, too.
Out of all the people here.
Angry says he's going to send you a blue dress.
Yeah, I'll send it back to him with the stain.
Just send him a jar of stain. That's all you gotta do. Send a curiously pearly white jar of something, and then on the side of the jar, just write stain.
There you go.
You can use like pearlescent dish soap. They'll never open it and check.
No, they won't.
And it only took 3 minutes for that idea to delve into shit.
Yeah, well.
Way to go. No.
Angry started it.
No, I mean, if there's interest, we can work on the details later. Oh, shit. Oh, that was the second one. I think it'd be kind of neat.
Yep.
I mean, everybody here probably sends Christmas cards, so it's not far, too far different than that.
Fuck, I ain't sending no Christmas cards. Fuck you all.
Not to each other here. I meant just in general.
I don't send it to anybody else, neither.
Really? Like your wife doesn't do it and then tell you to sign it?
No. She might do it, but she's never come to me with one to sign. If I sent people Christmas cards, they'd know it was wrong because I fucking don't do that. I don't even
Which means she signs his name.
Yeah. No, if you receive a Christmas card from Tony, you have to wonder if he's dying. You're like, he's doing something unusual. Something's wrong.
Yeah, if you receive a Christmas card from Tony, it's like, okay, what does he want?
I'd send a Christmas card.
If you receive a Christmas card from me, you can bet that motherfucker's a forgery.
I'm going to send you a Christmas card, Tony, and it's basically going to be a silhouette target that I shot 44 rounds through.
That's fine. I ain't saying I don't like receiving Christmas cards or I dislike it. I'm kind of indifferent, but I get a few.
Like, I would just do that because you would understand what it is. You'd be like, oh, he shot these with 44 wad cutters.
Nice.
I think that every Christmas, birthday card, and whatnot that I've ever got, I still have, or at least since we moved in here. Yeah, there we go. Get Ponnery some Cosmoline scented bath oils or something.
Oh, God.
I think I know a place where I can get some of that.
I have a very particular set of skills, and if you send me anything Cosmoline, I will find you.
Don't worry, Sean. I won't put a return of address.
It was Angry's idea, but I like it. I might like it enough to actually look into it.
Like, press Cosmoline into an ice cube tray and send me 1 cube a month. Just be like, God damn you people. The first time I got one of these, I thought it was a bullion cube. We'll send Mr. Knives like a chocolate Glock. I bet they make something like that.
I think I've seen them.
So did you guys see Tom Mouse's G2 12-gauge slug video last night?
Nope.
Wasn't bad. I'll never justify the price. $10 a shell. Fuck that.
I don't keep up with videos like that. If I see something that I want to watch, I'll watch it. But, I don't keep up with who's doing what. Don't care.
Nah.
Out of all the rounds they make, that one seems technically the most useless to me. It's $10 a round, and it's only effective to like 9.5 yards. After that, it starts to wobble.
That Borg slug was the most interesting damn thing I seen him do.
Yeah.
I had no idea that a freaking square projectile would work.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
No.
That one, and I like the ones that are shaped like giant pellets.
Yeah, that was pretty cool too.
Yeah, they work. They really work. Like Fortune Cookie 45LC actually casts those all the time. Loading one backwards was devastating. Maximum destruction.
Damn, I need a nap.
Already?
Already?
Oh, fuck, I went out and hiked for miles in the woods this morning.
Oh, that's right.
Have a Snickers.
Have some bourbon.
That too.
No, thank you.
Just put it in your coffee. Your Kofifi.
Your Kofifi.
I'm a little pissed off because your lady didn't get me up like I asked her to.
Are we figuratively speaking or literally speaking?
I'm talking about asking her to wake me up at 4:30 in the morning. So,
oh, God, that's an ungodly hour. I know why you have to do it.
Because I stayed up until about midnight last night watching videos. I said, please wake me up when you get up. No, the other she ain't gonna do. She's not a morning person.
Are you allowed to rifle hunt squirrel, or is that pistol only too?
No, I'm carrying my 981 and a 22 handgun. I think tomorrow I'm going to take my 44 Magnum though.
Deer? Or do
No.
deer and squirrel like coincide, or is it different
No,
times of year?
nothing deer coincide. When it's gun season, you can't do nothing else because there's too many idiots out there with guns that will kill people.
You don't have
All
an
right.
AR, do you?
What?
You don't have an AR yet, do you?
No, I don't have an AR or an AK.
I'm really surprised because I thought that 25-45 really appealed to you.
It's too damn much money.
Just the barrel?
Well, by the time you buy an AR, and then you have to buy their damn barrel.
Yeah, you're looking at like what, 650 to 700 ish, something like that. If you buy the parts and put it together, that is.
I would like to see somebody drop one of those in like one of the H&R handy rifles or somewhere you can buy the gun for a couple $100 just to try the round out.
Doesn't Ruger make a rifle similar to that in 223? And then you just maybe ask them if they can do one in 25-45.
I don't know, but I might write a letter to Remington since how they own H&R.
Yeah, I mean, if there was other platforms for it, it would definitely help that round take off a little bit.
I do like the round. I think the specs on the round look really good.
They do.
Best thing I've seen out of the 223 parent so far. But I ain't sure that they're not fudging numbers a little bit too. I mean,
So far, everyone who's tested it like it.
Yeah, I've seen some independent test videos on it, and their numbers are a little better than Sharp's.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys later.
Gunchannels.
So it comes in to fuck up today and then splits.
It's okay.
Job
He's
done.
probably wondering what the hell he meant, what we meant by the hit or miss preview edition or whatever.
No, I'm going outside to shoot. Fuck y'all.
Okay. See you in a bit then.
Do that shit on your own time. You notice
Yes.
I went hunting. I was still back in time.
It's time for you to stream that shit.
This is my own time. Damn it.
Reclaiming my
I didn't make
time.
it
Reclaiming my
yesterday, but I had
time.
shit going on.
Doesn't mean I have to spend it with you guys.
I'm pulling a Maxine Waters.
We are, or at least this part of we are really happy that you're leaving.
Reclaiming my time.
Fuck out and don't let the door hit you in the ass. Have a good day too.
I will, and I hope the door breaks on your way out.
Not letting me reclaim my time. Nah, Eric from I888888. He has a video where he was hog hunting here in Texas with that swine smasher. It's a decent round.
They did one of their how far will it kill videos on the 500 Smith & Wesson cartridge, and that was pretty fucking impressive.
Yep.
That bullet is considerably more effective than it should be, ballistically speaking.
It's hard to stop a train.
Well, evidently, it shoots like it's pretty well on rails too, because they really weren't having the wind blow it off the tracks neither.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they got that one dialed in just right. See you later. They definitely have that round dialed in just right. 460 is about the same though, like behaviorally.
I didn't even look see if they had one on the 460.
Damn,
I just stumbled
barely
across the
11
one on
people.
500 and looked at it.
Hey, I'll be right back. I got a delivery to pick up.
With that, I will be right back myself.
Well, that was a cool and easy and quick $1,000. When people like that come into the shop, I stop what I'm doing.
Okay, I'm back.
Me too. I made $1,000 in that 5 minutes. How'd you do?
I made a trip to the bathroom.
Unless it was a golden egg, I think I got you beat. No, it's funny because he rolled up in a van just like G's. I was like, oh shit, G's here. And then I noticed it only had 6 lug wheels. I'm like, wait, that's a 3/4 ton. If that. His had to be registered and insured as a commercial vehicle too because it's in his company's name. Man, they went to lunch early today. I don't know what the deal is.
You know, a lot of the 3/4 tons had A-bowl wheels.
Yeah, I know. I think with the vans though, the halves came with 5. The heavy half or the 3/4, I think, in the G series van came with 6 lug wheels, but they might have had 8s in the 2500s. I know in the Suburbans they did for sure. That's another thing that a lot of people are complaining about. Chevrolet won't make a 3/4 ton Suburban anymore. It's really frustrating. Like one of the nicer trucks you can get is a 3/4 ton Suburban. But my neighbor, he bought an Excursion about 6 months ago. It's in pieces in his garage right now. But first thing he did was he upgraded the front axle to a Dana 60, which was smart. And then he upgraded the rear axle. Bear in mind, this is an Excursion. He cut the rear wheel wells, and he put the dually flares from an F350 on there. And then he got himself a Dana 135 rear axle from a Ford Super Duty tow truck. So, like, he made the RV from hell, pretty much. It's nice. It's going to be nice when it's finished.
I have no idea what the hell he's heading for.
You got those 10 lug, 22.5 inch rim for semis. You got that conversion on there. So he's got those wheels. He's got the Alcoa wheels for it. It's going to be sweet, man. Anyway.
You have to change one out on the road.
Well, yeah, I guess. Yeah, because torquing them down are a bitch. You need a torque multiplier for those. I almost bought one, but I don't have a use for it. But I think they're fascinating.
But I was perfectly fine with a half-ton Suburban when I bought mine.
I mean, they're capable. It's just I think Chevrolet's sort of fucked up by not offering the 3/4. You don't see them very often.
And that explains why they don't offer them. People really
they don't make it anymore.
Back when they did, they were not the.
They didn't sell well.
They were not the choices to the Suburbans because you take that fucker and stick a 454 in it. That's good for about 3 miles a gallon on its best fucking day.
That Vortec 454 was actually not bad. Like on a good day, you can get 15 out of it. About 15.
Shit, I can't get 15 out of mine.
Well, I mean, you have to remember it's bigger hammer theory when it comes to engines. It's like if you have a small engine pushing a heavy car, your gas mileage is going to suck. If you have a big engine pushing a small car, you got a shit ton of power to weight, but you're not having to work it as hard. There's a curve to that, though, obviously, because the fuel economy, considering the workload, there's a curve. It gets to the point of no return on some things. But like the Chevy 454 SS pickups from like the 90, 91 era, when they made those, they actually got reasonable gas mileage for their size because they were small trucks. They were short bed, single cab.
They were fun with the stick.
Yeah. The only thing about the Silverados with sticks, though, is the stick is very long and the throw is very long. But I had a buddy remedy that. He built the center console and he put short shifter on it. So it had like that, you know, complicated linkage.
Grab it down about a foot.
Yeah,
my brother-in-law did just take the freaking boot off the shifter, install some bitch off, and bolt one of them Hurst pistol grip shifter arms on it.
Shit.
Yeah, his only problem is he should have just freaking drilled and tapped the freaking Hurst shifter arm to where he could just bolt into the thing and then locked it. He didn't. He put bolts and nuts on it, and it was forever coming loose. I got the truck from him. I just took the old freaking handy dandy Lincoln and welded that fucker up.
Oh, speaking of Lincolns, my buddy sent me a link yesterday for one for sale. It was 99, I think. Lincoln Continental Mark 8 LSC. And the guy wanted 25 grand for it. And I thought, well, that's a bit steep for a car that old. Then I read what it had under the hood. Had a 2003 Mustang Cobra Terminator block with a Root supercharger. The dyno's out at 795 horsepower. And he did it right, too, because this is a retired dude. So it's got like polished aluminum everything under the hood. It's nice. And it's got, I think, 41,000 original miles. And he grafted the Mustang Cobra front bumper into the Lincoln LSC's front end. And it's seamless. It looks correct. Ultimate sleeper. Very cool. 25 grand, though. I'll be right back. My phone's ringing.
Yeah, the only problem with shit like that is it's hard to fix if something happens.
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill. So get this, right? This dude orders something on the weekend. On a Saturday, the only people here are one shift manager who doesn't do anything with orders. Basically, he's just here to lock and unlock the door. And two warehouse folks that pack things that go out postal priority mail. That's it. Skeleton crew. This dude ordered on Saturday, did not put in a cancellation request until yesterday. Now I have shipments that go out Saturday. I have shipments that go out early Monday morning. Tried to put in a cancellation request. He got a tracking number instead because it was too late. Then he starts bitching to me about, I need to stop the shipment. I'm like, I don't think you know how this works. I'm like, by the time I get a hold of somebody to stop that shipment, it'll probably be at your door because the postal service is fucking retarded. And I was like, and technically so are you, because you should have fucking, number one, you should have knew what you were ordering before you wanted to cancel it immediately after. Number two, you shouldn't have sat on it for 2 fucking days before you decided to cancel it or get a hold of somebody to cancel it. And I'm like, and number three, I specifically told you who to contact and you didn't do it. I was like, I was very clear about that. And I'm like, if you can't understand the most basic of instructions, how can I help you? You know? He's like, I contacted these people, yada, yada, yada. I'm like, that's not who I told you to contact. So I basically made a guy who started off as a jackass feel like a jackass.
So basically, you're at a place that has awful customer service because the people that work there are asswipes.
No, because I have to
Mean
deal
like
with
you.
most of the. I have to mostly deal with people who are fucking retards, essentially.
Just imagine you worked at Ruger
Huh?
in the customer service department. Guy calls you up and says, I blowed up my gun. I overloaded it. I need to get it fixed.
Yeah.
You say, well, fine. Send it in. We'll take a look at it.
Now with your gun, I would have. That's a different thing. Like what I have to deal with, because like I spend my boss's money because when he doesn't put it in my pocket, I want to make sure he has as little of it as possible. Then, so like usually in situations like this, guys, I would like try to help him out, right? But the dude was such a dick from the start. I'm like, I have no reason to be nice to this person at all.
Oh, I don't care. Shit. I don't care about that part of it.
Plus, I really couldn't do anything about it. I really can't. Like if I sent a message to U.S. Postal Service, right, and gave them a tracking number, they're going to tell me the same thing I already know. Wait, you want us to go through a bag that has about 800 pieces in it that's in a pile of about 600 or 700 other bags at the depot to find this one pack? It never happens. They don't stop it until it gets to the final delivery leg because then they can know where the tracking is. It's already out of the bag, so to speak. Dude is a dick. Dude was Scaramucci, essentially. He even had a similar name. Anyway. Now, the older I get, the worse my customer service is getting. That's for sure. Like, my fuse has gotten short. It's shorter every year and less tolerant to stupidity every year. Like, everything they need to know is in bold print, and yet they call anyway to circumvent that bold print. And I wrote the bold print.
I'll tell you, and I dealt with a lot of customer service issues in my work. I'm sure that I was. I had this guy call from southern part of the state, just mad as hell because his trailer was blowing fuses on his truck. And I said, well, you know, first he cussed the boss out, and then he cussed me out. And I said, well, you know, you're coming by here, stop by, I'll take care of it. Whatever the hell's going on. After being cussed out several times by this guy on the phone, I said, look, just unplug the trailer and bring it. He said, I ain't fucking unplugging nothing. Okay, whatever. He pulls in, he backs up to the shop door. I walk out and listen to him cuss me for about 10 seconds, and I walked back to his truck, pulled out his plug, turned it right side up, and plugged it back in. And I said, you know, sometimes you just can't fix fucking stupid, and walked off.
He He had it plugged in backwards, huh?
Yeah.
See, nowadays that's less of an issue because they're keyed, or
Well, these were keyed too. But there's
in there somehow.
Oh yeah, there's enough tolerance in them plastic plugs that you could force it in upside down, and that's what this moron did. And my boss gave me $100.
Yeah.
I didn't put new fuses in the guy's truck. I'm like, fuck him.
Yeah.
I had this one dude order a trailer hub off of me. He told me what he wanted. He wanted a 4 3/4 inch bolt pattern. Or no, he wanted 4.5.
Ford pattern, huh?
I sold him the thing. He calls on the phone. It's wrong. Well, okay, may have been mismarked. Bring it back and get another one. I checked one out. I got it for him. Again, it was wrong. I said, well, something isn't right here because I checked this one. I know what it is. So he brings it back and he brings his old one. I said, sir, your bolt pattern is not 4.5, 4 3/4.
GM style.
He said, measure between the two studs, and that's how I measure them. I said, well, I don't really give a fuck how you measure them. You got to order it the way the factory measures it.
You don't measure across the studs. On a 5 lug, you measure from the top of one stud and an invisible line between the bottom two, perpendicular to it. And I guess he did it from lot to stud instead, so that would cut it a 1/4 inch.
Right. You can measure between two studs and add a 1/4 inch on 5 bolt and be close enough to get it right.
Well, I mean, because in that particular case, not really, because he wanted a Ford pattern hub, and what he had was a Chevy pattern hub. If you really want to throw salt in his wounds, you give him a millimeter rating, like a BMW. 5x120 is in between both of those, but it's so close to a 4 3/4 that you can usually get away with using one.
But I mean, that's just some of the stupid shit, you know.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck how you measure it, buddy. You can do this with your eyes closed, claiming voodoo, but to order it, you have to order it the way the factory measures sound fit.
Yep. PSA, people. Lug count, if it's an odd number, you go from one stud to the perpendicular opposite of the other stud. But if it's an even number, you go stud to stud clean across. That's okay. Like 6 lug, 4 lug, 8 lug, that's all fine.
If you need to replace a hub or drum or something, take the motherfucker with you.
Yeah, that helps too.
Get somebody who knows what the fuck they're doing measuring.
You know what the worst rim ever was? Do you remember, like, mid-2000s, Ford came out with an F-250 with a 7 lug wheel?
I had never ran across one.
Oh, those were fucking stupid. Like 1 or 2 companies made aftermarket wheels for it, and then they were like, this is retarded. We're not doing this anymore. And then Ford finally got rid of it too. Dumbest shit they ever thought of. Let's make 7 lug wheels, huh?
Chrysler was brilliant back in the 60s. They made some in 4 1/4. Like, what the fuck is the point of that? What are you putting a 7-inch brake on the son of a bitch?
Small car.
Barracuda.
60s models?
Yeah, like 66, 65 or 66, the first one.
Smallish car. Very heavy, though.
And it was a short-term thing. I think they only did it on the 1 or 2 years of the car.
Good luck finding wheels.
Yeah. There's no aftermarket that makes them that I know of, except maybe classic car restorations or one of those outfits these days.
Yeah. Well, people like Foose Customs, they can do it now because it's all CNC anyway.
But I mean, it's
back
like,
in the day now. But
what the fuck are you thinking, Chrysler? Everybody's making 4.5, and most of your cars took that anyway. Why the fuck would you change it for just this one?
To be special, it identified as a smaller lug pattern.
They usually covered them with fucking hubcaps.
Yeah, that's true. Those were
No. Every once in a while, there's those boneheaded, brilliant maneuvers in automotives. Ford's big one was for years they put that freaking little cartridge fuel filter that stuck on the goddamn carburetor. That was the only fuel filter in the system aside from a fairly poor screen tank. And I guarantee you, one little bit of dirty gas and you were fixing to get stranded somewhere.
You know, I had a buddy that actually, since you were mentioning gas tanks and shit, I was just thinking about the screen and the fuel pickups and pumps on GMs. He bought, I think, 2 or 3 Silverados, a couple of those large Silverado-sized Blazers, and like 3 Suburbans throughout the run. And the first thing he would do to these things after he bought them was he would cut a hole in the floorboard and make a plate so he could change out the fuel pumps without dropping the gas tanks.
That ain't a stupid idea, really.
No, it's a good idea because he was a metal worker. So, I mean, like, he would just circular hole saw. He would have to drop the tank the first time, obviously. Then he would drill a hole, cut the plate out, and then he would make a plate that was, you know, recessed so it would fit in. And he would just use, you know, I think it was bolts, but like self-tapping screws kind of a thing. He would just make a ring around them. Because he said after the first time he ever had to change a fuel tank pump pickup on a GM, he was like, "This is fucking stupid." He's like, "They should have put a trap door here." So he made his own.
At the very least, you get into and spray the freaking threads of the damn gas tank strap bolts with some sort of protectant to make sure you can get them out when you need to, because you're going to need to.
Yeah.
I haven't had to take the tank out of this Suburban yet, but I know that the car dealer where I bought it at did.
Oh, you got it before after they already did it for you?
Yeah.
That's pretty smart.
It was just happenstance. I talked to the mechanic and he said, if you ever have to take the tank out of that, drain some bitch, because when it's half full, it's extremely fucking heavy.
Yeah, I was going to say, I used to do brakes and like oil changes, and on occasion I would help do the inspections and trim work because it was all in my set of garages at the dealer. And the heavy line mechanics who would do fuel pumps and engines and transmissions and shit. Actually, the engine guys were different than the transmission guys, but either one of them would do fuel pumps if they, you know, needed something to do for the day. And they would always say the same thing. Motherfucker always has to fill his fucking tank before the pump goes bad.
Oh no, they
always
fucking fill the tank up after it goes bad because they
Yeah.
think putting more gas in it's going to help.
It's like, you know, it's the 40-gallon side saddle tank. Huge. And like every time I would hear someone complaining in the shop, it was because of that. It was either full tank fuel pump replacement or harmonic balancer change on a Corvette, which I started doing it because it paid pretty good. But then I realized why it paid so good, because you literally have to rip the whole front end of the car off to get to this fucking harmonic balancer on a Corvette. So they did not like that.
I think the worst fucking job I ever did on a GM vehicle was the rear head gasket on a 4100 Cadillac.
Oh, God, yes. Where you have to fucking take all the motor mounts off except the bottom one of the bottom ones, and then you tilt the motor forward, which means you have to get the radiator out of the way.
That's the one.
Yeah. Yep. Because that was the same engine. I didn't have the 4100. I had the 4.9, but it was set up the exact same way.
That 4100 was a hell of a fucking motor. I'll give it that.
Yeah, it was decent. It's just transverse mounting. It was fucking retarded because they wanted to make it front wheel drive or whatever. Still retarded.
Yeah. Cadillac didn't solve torque steering either. So
nope. Let's give you 350 wheel horsepower on a front wheel drive car. Don't worry, we got ABS. Yeah, it was pretty stupid. Yeah, I had to change exhaust manifold gaskets on one of those things. It was the same, you know, rock the motor forward thing.
Man, you might as well pull the fucking head off, put a head gasket while you're there.
Right. Well, the other thing is when they moved on to the North Star, they got smart. You see, well, they with one hand they got smart, and the other hand they got fucking retarded. The smart thing was they built a cradle, aluminum cradle, and then when you had to work on the motor, you unplugged like 10 connections plus the hoses, right? And then you would just take out 6 bolts, and the whole cradle came down, and the engine would be attached to it, right? So that wasn't so bad. It was like engine, transmission, and front wheel drive assembly all came out in one big piece. No big deal. A lot of work, but I mean, it was easy to get to. But then they took it away by bringing out Dexcool, which ate aluminum engines.
Yeah. I'll tell you one thing they did with the 4100 that I thought was a good idea, and they made it where it was easy to change the freaking head gasket without taking the intake manifold off.
Was not a fan of that car. Loved the motor. Did not like the car it was attached to. Do you remember? This is going to really test your memory. Do you remember the 468 from Cadillac? Like the early to mid 80s?
No.
All right. So imagine like, you know what a slant back Seville is, right?
Yeah.
Big, huge car with that end cut off of it. Well, they had this engine called the 468. It was a V8 distributor with the weirdest fucking cylinder heads I've ever seen. And it was the first attempt that GM had at displacement on demand. Like it was trying to cut cylinders off on a car with a cap and rotor. It never worked. They broke down constantly. I fucking hated it.
That's their early attempts at the B6.
I hated it.
Awful. Because of that uneven fire, stupid ass shit.
Yeah.
Nope, this is not a good idea, boys. You've kind of just made Harley Davidson's version of a car engine. Thank God we never had abundance of those. Back then, my boss's mother was into big Oldsmobiles, and man, I almost never had to do engine work on those. That 455 was a solid motor.
Mm-hmm.
Change oil and do the coolant every 2 or 3 years, and that motor run and run and run.
The you know, one really, really underrated engine was actually the 425 Nailhead. That was a good motor. It's just, it couldn't breathe because of those valves, but it was all right. I had 2 of those. I liked the first one so much that I had a Riviera, and it had that engine. And then my friend bought an Electra 225. Of course, you know, he was like a white dude gangster wannabe, so he called it his deuce and a quarter. He wrecked it. I got the engine out of it. I liked it. I almost stuck it in my Jeep. I liked it that much. I'm gonna stick it in my Jeep because at the time I had a Jeep with a Buick 350 in it, so it would have just dropped right in.
I like that big Oldsmobile motor. We never dealt with Buick stuff.
It was roughly the same engine at the time. Like
That was
GM had the Chevrolet V8, and then Buick Olds Pontiac shared the same block at the time.
Oldsmobile took the tack of turning their motor down quite a bit from what the Pontiacs were, and it made for a really good, smooth motor.
Mm-hmm.
It still had really good torque like the Pontiac version. It just didn't have that higher RPM horsepower.
Yeah, I had a 307 like that. It was okay. It was a smooth engine now that I think about it.
Trying to think of what other motors I really liked. Mostly anything in the industrial realm made by Continental.
That 6-cylinder GM industrial engine was really good too. The 305, 5-liter V6 with tartan covers.
Yeah, that my stepdad had a 355 V6 in a GMC.
Oh, he had a 1 ton?
No, it was 2 ton.
Oh, yeah.
That was one of the torquier motors I've ever seen. That's which must have had rods a foot long.
Yeah, and one of the really cool things about that engine was, like, I remember my buddy had one. He had a 64 or 65 GMC half ton, and it had the 305 in it. But he still had the original sticker under the hood, too, and it said, set idle to 375 RPM. I'm like, what? 375, man. That thing sounded like it was just chewing on small children at that speed.
I rebuilt several Continental motors, and they are about the simplest damn thing out there. I mean, you just take it apart, you get the crank done if it needs to be done, you put new pistons, rods, and sleeves in it. I mean, part of the rebuild kit's just new sleeves.
Yep.
And that motor is absolutely brand new. Of course, we put all new valves in it, and but we ran that thing for. It was an Oliver mowing tractor, so it got a fair bit of use in the summer. And I think we ran that for 12 years before I got to the point where I couldn't operate it anymore. I could not use that clutch, and we had to sell it. It never did use a drop of oil after we built it. But Continental makes a lot of motors for tractors and stuff like that. I think they were big in aviation engines too, but I don't know that for a fact. My first rebuild was a Ford 8N with the 4-cylinder flathead. And this was back before the internet. Nobody in this area had a freaking book for the specs.
Just had to wing it?
Yeah, I just guessed. My stepdad, who was a mechanic, he told me, he said, look, he said, just take whatever you can find for a 4-cylinder motor and add about 10% of clearance to it, because that old motor is going to have a lot looser tolerance. He said, fine. And we ordered the rebuild kit from J.C. Whitney.
That was the place to go, man.
It's the only place around that had it. Freaking local Ford dealers at that point, they did not fuck with old stuff.
Yeah.
And this was like probably 40 or 41 tractor, 1940 or 41 build. Maybe 46. But it was the same engine they were sticking in the Jeep.
Oh, you're talking about the GPW engine. Yeah. Yeah. The L-head flat bore?
Yep, that's the one. I think we bored it 80 over, and that's how war it was. And hell, I think they offered pistons that would go up to 120 over.
Yeah, because some of those older engines had really thick sleeves.
Yeah, it had plenty of.
I mean, it's not the bore diameter that's the worry. The worry isn't over boring the diameter of the sleeve. It's just keeping that sleeve cool.
Right.
Like on an AMC engine, they tell you if you have a 401 V8 like I did, don't take it over 60 over. Well, the engine I got was already 60 over. 60 over gives you 12 cubic inches extra. So I had a 413. And they were like, oh my God, that engine will never run cool. You're in Texas? That thing's going to overheat constantly. And I put a 4-row custom radiator, Griffin radiator in it. I had 2 electric fans, and I had a mechanical flex fan with no clutch. That thing never got over 160 degrees, ever. And I would wheel it on the beach and idle all day long on white sand. I mean, like nothing happened.
You know, my Suburban struggles to get up to temperature. You can see it.
Yeah.
Turning the thermostat on and off, even when it's freaking 100 degrees outside.
Still can't get warm.
It does it, but you can see that the radiator's got enough capacity to cool it back down and make the thermostat work again.
Oh. Did you stick like a 185 in it instead?
No, I haven't done nothing to it.
That'll fix it right away. Like usually, people used to think that if you stuck a 160-degree thermostat in there, you would run cooler, and nothing could be further from the truth. Because what's happening is, if you get up to 160 degrees, that thing will pop open and cycle out the water, right? Well, if you're in a hot place, the water in the radiator doesn't stay in there long enough to cool off. So if it gets over 160 degrees, that thermostat stays open the entire time, and it's like driving around with no thermostat at all. And people used to think that your car would run cooler if you took the thermostat out. That's not necessarily true either, because if you're in a hot place and that water never has time to sit still in the radiator long enough to cool off, you're going to perpetually overheat it eventually. But
yeah, people don't really get how thermodynamics actually work. Do not run your vehicle without a thermostat. It's a bad fucking idea.
Well, you don't want it to run too cool either, you know, because
you really want somebody to run about as close to 200 as you can for a cast iron motor.
Yeah. Keeps the oil warm and thin, keeps the combustion chamber, you know, hot enough. But the 185 thing is, you know, it won't open until it gets to 185, so that your engine will be allowed to warm up. But then when it flushes its cycles, that needle might drop again. But at least you'll always get up to temperature. Like the heater will never cool off for you.
Yeah, in the wintertime, it doesn't give me any problems with heating.
Yeah.
But you can watch the thermostat turn on and off, or open and close, just by watching temperature gauge.
My old BMW used to give me hell with the heater because I did put a 185 thermostat in it. That was not a problem. The thing was, the heater core was so small in that car that it would heat the air up to the pipes, but by the time it got to the vents, it was already cooled down. And by the time it passed the vent, gets to your face, it was like lukewarm at best. Sucked.
You know, I think that was a problem with the probe.
Yeah.
Because when it was cold, it would never clear the side windows. And it had side window vents for the defrosters.
Yeah.
It just did not have enough heater core capacity, I think.
Well, that and the probe's windows on the sides are massive.
Yeah, but it wouldn't
Two
even
big
clear,
doors.
It wouldn't even clear them hardly any. You could probably see the mirrors out of it, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Always hated that.
My Jeep trucks and Grand Wagoneers, they had probably the best heater I've ever dealt with. It was huge. It was like the size of most intercoolers for like Subarus and shit. And called it the leg roaster. Those are always good. I used to love four-wheeling my full-size Jeeps because, you know, my friends would get stuck, right? And while I'd get out and start attaching like straps or a winch or something, I'd let them go into my Jeep with the heater going. You know, it's like 20 degrees outside and they're stuck frame deep in mud or whatever. I'm like, sit in the truck. And then when I got everything all cinched up, I'm like, all right, get in your truck. I'll start pulling. They're like, I don't want to get out. It's kind of nice in here. It's really warm.
You know, I don't think I've had a Chevrolet with a bad heater for...
They typically do pretty well.
I don't remember ever having one. I mean, these big vehicles are a little...
Like the General makes a good heating system. They make a terrible air conditioner.
I have this, and I had a full-size conversion van.
Yeah.
The van had rear air, but not heat.
Mm-hmm.
So it would take forever to heat up. And this is the same way, but it does have rear heat. It's just that, you know, you've got the inside of a fucking van to heat up, basically. So I keep it in the garage, and that solves the problem. Keeping the garage in the winter. But like my 92 half-ton extended cab would cook your ass in there. And the other GM trucks I had before that were too. Fords were notorious for having fucking distribution valve, you want to call them issues, that would make it to where they would not fucking heat up in the winter at all.
Yeah.
Trucks. I've had.
I never understood why the semi drivers up north have a problem. Like, you would think by now they would design a heater core big enough to handle the job.
Because you cannot get a diesel to warm up like that.
Even with the front grill covered up with like a tiny little peephole, they still don't seem to ever
They
hot
don't.
enough.
That's why they tell you, like up here, when you buy a new diesel truck, don't idle it to warm it up because it won't ever fucking warm up. You know, that's why they put block heaters in them.
Yeah, but don't they actually switch over to like high sulfur diesel in the winter to kind of help that?
We run high sulfur diesel year round, or we don't run high sulfur diesel ever.
Or is it low sulfur diesel? Change the blend for summer, but not for winter. Like, get it to burn hotter, you know? Like, don't they have an additive like naphtha or something like that you pour down the tank of the diesel to make it burn a little hotter?
I don't know, but the way the diesel's so damn efficient, it does not produce heat the same way. That's one of the predominant reasons why we had to put such good heat in our shop, because we had to heat our diesel equipment and me.
Yes, Angry Hickok's going to be in a zombie movie.
Fucking diesel don't want to start when it's cold. High compression, thick oil's bad. And they do not warm up for shit.
Diesels, well, the fuel itself gets thick too.
That they put stuff in it to keep it from happening.
Yeah.
Just FYI, if you have a diesel that gels up like that, put it in the garage and add about 5% gas to however much diesel you got, just to get you able to drive that shit out and put cold weather diesel fuel in it. Some people say use kerosene, but kerosene doesn't cut enough to stop from gelling when it's that cold. And yes, I've done it on many, up to and including like 2014 Fords trucks that have gelled up.
I'll tell you what won't work: mothballs. That myth has been busted so many times. People still ask, "Hey, I heard if I put mothballs in my gas tank, it'll give me more power." Like, don't try it, dude.
The only thing I've ever seen like that kind of works as advertised is water injection, and it won't work on a diesel.
Oh yeah, the new BMW M4, it has that. Like, you go to the trunk and you open up the trunk, and there's like this little reservoir. You're supposed to put water and some sort of other thing. You mix it.
Yeah, windshield washer fluid.
No. For the water injection system.
Right. But the what's even better than water is alcohol.
Well, yeah, that's why there's a little bit of it in gasoline.
Because alcohol has the same cooling effect, but yet it's still combustible.
Yeah, it burns hot, but it has like a cooling effect to it. Don't go putting alcohol in your vehicle.
No, this is a very fucking tiny amount that it actually injects. You know, you can't inject enough water in it to put out the damn fire.
You can't put enough water in it to actually compress the steam to crack the block either.
But I had an 84 GMC that they had tried to trick out. First they bought the truck with a 305, which was stupid. And then they added every kind of power adder, economy thing to it you could think of, trying to get some gas mileage out of it, which 305 just wouldn't do. but it ran good. And when I bought it, it was a really nice truck. And I didn't give a shit about gas mileage, so I got rid of all the water injection shit. And I went through it, and I put a cam in it, RV cam in it, which took it from 9 miles a gallon on the highway to about 11. Then I put a set of headers on it, dual exhaust,
And it went back
and the
down
whole
to
9
9.
yards. And it went back down to 9.
But it breathes
So
good.
I took the glass packs off of it, and I put just mufflers on it, and it went back up to 11. It sounded good. Then I broke the crank in 4 pistons, and tore it down, put the fucking crank in it, went to a bigger cam, and it ran really good. It was one of the stronger 305s I've ever been in. And broke the transmission. I could not find the 4-speed.
700R4?
Yeah. And they wanted a grand to rebuild some bitch, and I had a perfectly good turbo 400, so I put that in it.
So then you went from 9 miles to a gallon to about 6.
5. It went from 11 to 5.
Yeah.
And it was nowhere near as good a driver. I mean, that low first gear in that 700 just made that truck. After that, I sold it. I'm like, fuck, this thing ain't even worth having.
My Jeep got 3 miles to a gallon with the air conditioner on. One of them did. And the way I knew that was it had a 15-gallon tank. My girlfriend's house was 45 miles away. I would have to top it off. By the time I got to her place, I'd be on E. Because I had to have the air conditioner on. Because you don't want to stink when you go see your girlfriend. So then I'd have to fill the tank when I left her place, and it would be on E by the time I got home.
Hey, I had bought an 81 Chevy half-ton 305 with the 3-speed manual overdrive. So this thing was basically a 4-speed stick.
Mm.
And it was a great little truck. I mean, it was a plain old half-ton, nothing special. Probably got 15 miles per gallon. It did fairly well. And I bought a boat. And this thing would not pull a fucking boat out of a ramp. I mean, just absolutely would not do it. I'd have to have somebody pull me out.
Shitty first gear, huh?
Well, that and then just spin the fucking tires. So I went to the local car dealership and traded the thing for a 76 Ford with a, what the hell is that? No, it was a 390, I thought.
Yeah, they had a 390. Was it F250?
Yeah, it was an F250 Super Cab.
390.
And I got it, and I went to change the oil, and I got to looking at the thing, and it wasn't a 390, it was a 427 truck motor. This thing got 3 miles a gallon on the highway.
Yeah. Well, the Ford frames were thick back then, too. They were heavy.
It would pull the boat and the fucking concrete ramp up out. It didn't have any problem with power. I drove that thing for about 4 months and sold it. It's like you could not afford to drive some bitch. Plus, Ford didn't have very much in the way of gas tanks in it.
Yeah, they usually had 2 of them with a switch on the dash.
This did, yes. And the 2 of them, I think it held like 31 gallons of gas.
Sounds about right.
That ain't getting you far enough. The thing is, though, with the boat, it didn't make any difference. It got the same damn mileage the boat or not. I don't think they noticed the boat.
That was a good-looking truck back then, too. My friend's dad had one. I loved it. His was a 460 with a C6, a cast iron C6. We had to drop that shit in the rain one time. Oh my god. Thought I was gonna lose my fingers when it fell. Yep, I loved it. This dude was Nigerian, and he had this truck. It was an F-250, had 2 tanks with a switch. It was dark blue, had a fucking Confederate flag sticker on the back window. It was jacked up in the back, had 35-inch tires in the back, had like 31s in the front, and the biggest tubular bumper you could imagine. And I was like, people are going to wonder if you stole this. He's like, why is that? In real thick Swahili kind of accent, too. And I'm like, you know, you got a Confederate flag on the back window. He's like, yeah. I was like, you know, this truck is truly redneck because it had like this just slab piece of fucking 3/4-inch thick steel with holes in different shapes cut into it so you can attach things to yank. He was like, I bought this truck because it's durable. He was like, I came home drunk one night and I fucking hit the garage. And I'm like, yeah, but that's just a thin little door. And he's like, no, I hit the brick wall. Like, what happened to the truck? And he's like, I had to spray paint the front bumper back. Yeah, I got to drive that thing once. I think it got about 3 miles to a gallon. Strange thing was, it was the only Ford F-250 I ever had or driven. The AC still worked in. It was nuts. Tony just got NSA'd. Well, since I'm all ronery and we're close to the bottom of the hour, now's a good time to remind you all, if you're watching on YouTube or anywhere else this may get streamed later, to come on down to gunchannels.com, where it's free to join, free to register, free to be part of the conversation. You can come and even maybe get a link to long format shows like this to kind of help kill some of the monotony in the silence. And if you do it in the middle of the day like this, yes, you may be privy to having to hear my drill. Sorry. Some of us actually have to work. Also, you can come and hang out with some of your favorite YouTube personalities, many of which actually host shows here nightly. As a matter of fact, tonight on Gun Channels, we have Daily Gun Show, which starts at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. That runs concurrent with Andalusia Armory Shop Talk. So you can choose either or run both at the same time, your choice. If you're one of those multitasker type people. The show's followed by Hit or Miss, which is Tuesday nights, 9 o'clock Eastern again. And I believe Big Gunner 81 wraps up the Tuesday shows here at Gun Channels tonight. Mr. Knives was here. He would tell you to come out to gearwebsites.com and help keep some of the lights on here. You can get t-shirts, patches, hoodies, other friendly 2A accessories. Be aware, though, that G-Web will be soon going on the Gun Show Loophole Tour. So there will come a time after he accepts orders where he may have to suspend shipments, moratorium for shipments, just because he won't be around to do it. So get your orders in now before he actually goes on the road. But I'm sure he'll disclose when he's going to go on his trip. So then you'll know how to time your orders accordingly. So that's all the financial stuff out of the way. Lunch is already here. Curious what it is. I don't want to eat my lunch now because it's only 12:30. If I eat it now, then the rest of the day it would feel like forever. Bad enough I have to leave the shop early. My bank, this is a little bit of a rant. Apparently all Wells Fargos are not created equal. My bank, the one I go to make my deposits, apparently they decided that they didn't have to be open between the hours of 5 and 6 p.m. anymore. So they decided to close the lobbies and the drive-thru at 5 p.m. Guess what time I get off work? Yeah. So now to get my deposit in, I actually have to fucking leave half an hour early. Today's show will run until 5:30 Eastern Time, just so you know, because I have to leave early to go make the deposit. And for anybody out there, oh yeah, you know what else I forgot to mention? We do have the 24/7, what is it, gun store? Is that what they call it now? 24-hour gun store, gun show, 24-hour gun show, I think is what it's called now. 24/7 gun show. where you can post items that you have for sale, guns, gear, accessories, whatnot. For anybody listening, if anyone's interested, you can private message me later. But I do happen to have a 6-inch Smith & Wesson Model 686 for sale. I do have a video on my YouTube channel regarding it. Just look for the video that says Smith & Wesson 686, the poor man's Rick Grimes, and you can actually see it in the flesh as I talk about it ad nauseum, ad length. But it is for sale. My original asking price is $600, but I'm becoming a little more flexible. And all proceeds of that sale go towards adopting a new dog, just so you know. So it's not going to total waste.
And I think I'm back.
Huh?
So I think I'm back.
You're back. If you're in the Texas area, I can probably deliver within a reasonable distance. Like if Flippy bought it, I'd probably go there just because I want to go to Dallas anyway and get a Keller's burger. But other than that, I'll have to ship it to your FFL, whatever your law requires. Comes with 2 grips. You get your choice, or you can have both. I don't care. It's not a big deal to me. I'm trying to avoid selling one of my BMWs, but I really want this dog. So, and all the extra money. If I sold my BMW, all the extra money goes towards my dad's dog because he needs cataract surgery. So, people keep telling me to do a GoFundMe, and it just, I don't know. I feel awkward doing that. Anyway, I paid all the bills while you were gone. I did the Gunchannels bumps and the Tonight shows and all that stuff.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah. Figured I'd make use of the time, right? Let's see what else we got going on. I just went through the news a little while ago. There's really not a whole lot to talk about today, news-wise.
Raphael says he found the best thing about Dallas is TX360. Avoid that fucking place altogether.
Oh, 360.
I'm with
yeah,
you.
it is. Today is August 1st. Let's see what we got going on. Italian explorer Christopher Columbus sets foot on the on the American mainland for the first time at the Paria Peninsula in present-day Venezuela on this day in 1498. Oh, really?
Yes, what a brilliant sailor he was. 2 whole continents over here to find, and he didn't find any of it. Little Caribbean island. But yeah, he discovered America. No, he did not. He discovered fucking Cuba.
He discovered the Bahamas.
Although I'm sure that after however long they were on sea trying to get here, that they were pretty happy to reach terra firma no matter what the hell it was.
Today in 1876, yeah, I said that. President Ulysses S. Grant proclaimed Colorado the 38th state.
Yay.
Yeah. Today in 1914, 4 days after Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia, Germany and Russia declare war against each other. France orders general mobilization, and the first German army units cross into Luxembourg in preparation for the German invasion of France, also known as the beginning of the Great War. There's probably going to be a Great War Channel special today then. On the same day, Belgium proclaims it will maintain armed neutrality in any conflict, a position guaranteed by Britain and France. Ooh, today in 1921, the successful test and adoption of the Norden bomb sight. Nice. That's what was used in the B-17, 24, 29, Gyroscopic high-level bomb sight. In 19 this is going to trick you guys. In 1933, the NRA is formed. The U.S. National Recovery Administration, that is.
Yeah, because according to my hat, it was 1871 for the rifle version. And probably not today.
Oh. On this day in 1941, Parade magazine called it, quote, the Army's most intriguing new gadget, a tiny truck which can practically do everything. The Jeep was born. It was
Well, that is
designed,
great.
yeah, it was designed, prototyped, and put into production in 49 days. How about that? Also in 1941 on this day, the Grumman TBF Avenger torpedo plane made its first flight. It was rushed into production to replace the aging and obsolete TBD Devastator. Famous flyers for the Avenger include former President George H.W. Bush.
And back to the Jeep. How do you know if you got a Willys Jeep or a Ford Jeep? Well,
Front end.
if it's a Ford, every part of that fucker's got a scripted F stamped on it somewhere.
Oh, the dead giveaway is the front end. If it's a Jeep, it has a 7-slot grill. If it's anything else, it's got like a 15 or 16, like Ford GPW does. 7-slot grill is the dead giveaway if you have a genuine Jeep or not. In 1943, a Japanese destroyer rams an American PT boat, number 109, slicing it in two. 2 crew members were killed, but 11 survived, including former President Lieutenant John Kennedy.
Just another example of why plywood isn't the greatest thing to make your warboats out of.
Just thought.
Yeah, Ford really wanted to put Ford on the back of their Jeeps.
Yeah, they put it on the back of everything else they made.
No, you can't do that. So Ford's like, fuck you, we're going to stamp everything.
Oh, on this day in 1966, Charles Whitman takes a stockpile of guns and ammunition to the observatory platform atop a 300-foot tower at the University of Texas and proceeds to shoot 46 people, killing 16.
I don't have a comment.
1977, Francis Gary Powers, U.S. U-2 pilot, died in a fiery helicopter crash. If I'm not mistaken, he was originally made famous by being captured for being shot down in his U-2 over Russian airspace.
So basically, there was
he just can't stop getting shot down.
English is a patent for a famous automatic rifle. That's wild. Was that a gun-free zone? No, Raphael, it was not a gun-free zone. Several students or faculty members went to their cars, got their guns out, and kept the guy busy while he was charged by the cops and put down, taken into custody, whatever the hell.
Damn it, stupid phone.
Come on, UPS, get here. I ordered the Beatles anthology and I want to watch it.
3 out of the 5 U.S. Medal of Honor citations and awards were given today, and I believe to the same crew of the same bomber flying over Ploesti. The Ploesti oil raids were devastating in terms of airmen killed, lost, shot down, and of just tactical importance. So yeah, that wouldn't surprise me one bit. 3 out of the 5 men, all 5 were given citations today for their service over the raid of Ploesti in 1943, and 3 out of the 5 actually were awarded. Very cool. Very cool. I'd read you guys the citations, but I think my boss is going to show up soon. He's going to look at me funny if I start reading a bunch of stuff about the story, but it's a great story. Yeah, basically choked out Nazi Germany's fuel supplies, which by then they were already experimenting in synthetic fuels because they knew they were going to lose their foothold in Ploesti, which I believe is in Romania or close to it. Out of Turkey, somewhere down there. My grandfather was with the 456. He actually flew over that raid too.
Henry says that there's a patent for a famous automatic rifle that was filed today, patent number 1293022, the Browning design. That's that gun. I don't know, when they talked about Browning automatics, I try to go to the potato digger because everybody else gets the BAR. Yeah, that was, what, 1960s Texas, everybody had a fucking gun.
Is this thing working now? Sorry, I yanked out the fucking cord. It's the BAR. M1918. Oh, was it 22 pounds of it?
Well, shit, it's time for me to bail. Son of a bitch.
Grandpa time?
Yeah.
Comes early today. All right, man. See you later.
Later.
Well, looks like you just stuck with me now. Bore you to death with the sound of my mosquito. If you guys are looking for a recommendation for a game to play, something to occupy your time, something that's not overly difficult. The learning curve for the controls is a little hard, but once you get that down, I think you guys would really enjoy it. It's on Steam right now. I think it's about $22. It's up to version 1.06, I think. It's called Cold Waters, and it's a Cold War us versus Russia sub simulator. And the website subsim.com actually has mods for it, so you can actually use other nations' submarines as well, like Britain's, Japan's. You can use the Russian subs and German subs. But I think one of the things that make it very interesting is the couple of the guys on the project are actual U.S. Navy retired servicemen, submariners. So they know the intricacies of the sonar system, the towed arrays, and the 3D models of like the Russian ships with their, anti-sub equipment and weaponry, everything. It's all really, really high quality. The gameplay itself is kind of limited because, you have like a plot map like Risk. You've probably seen me stream it Saturday. You move around, but the combat always looks relatively the same. You know, you see your sub, you see the water, you see the ground below, the ocean floor. So the actual fun in it is reading what happens in between your battles. But then you get thrown in to a conflict, and then you have to like maneuver through it. Basically, it's a little World of Warships type feel with a lot of Thief. If you ever remember the game Thief, where you have to basically sneak around and try not to get detected. So the pace of it is very slow. But when action happens, lots of things happen all at once. So you have to be very quick on the draw, maneuvering, cavitating, you know, deploying dummies and things like that. But I'm really impressed with it so far because it was made by servicemen, so it's not arcade cheesy, you know. Soundtrack's good, the gameplay's good, the balance seems okay, and the mod community embraces it, so it should last a long time. And I heard that the next major update is actually going to add the Soviet campaign, so you can play that campaign instead of just the American campaign. Pretty neat, not too expensive. There, yes, to answer your question, Angry, in the playable subs and more mod on subsim.com, they actually do have the Red October. You can play it in two different forms. You can play it with standard propulsion, or you can play it with the Caterpillar drive, which is it. Playing it with the Caterpillar is a bit awkward, and it's overpowered because it's practically silent. But it's really strange because the bow planes or the stern planes cover the back halves of the propellers, and the props never turn because you're using the Caterpillar. So it's kind of weird. And the major thing right now that the modding community and the developers are working towards is the 3D models, because you know certain ships they can't put the models in yet because the game engine can't handle them. But they're slowly adding more in. So eventually they're going to get the Red October to actually look like the Red October, which is going to be awesome because then I'll play the shit out of it. But you know, you've got different torpedo styles, types. You've got different surface-to-air missiles. You have like ground target missiles. You have torpedo launchable missiles like the Trident, not the Trident, sorry, the swordfish and the spearfish and the tigerfish. So you've got some options. It's really cool. But I mean, for $22, it's a cheap thrill. You know, it's got a lot of replay value. And one of the biggest, I guess, one of the negatives was that the campaigns can end very quickly if you're really efficient, because you get certain amounts of points for certain amounts of kills and certain amounts of tonnage. And in a perfect playthrough in 1968, which I think I did that Saturday, I was able to finish the entire 1968 campaign in only 6 missions. But there's a mod now that lowers the values of the targets. So now you can stretch it out to like 20 missions. So it actually makes it feel like a campaign instead of I could sit through this and finish it in one sitting. You don't want to, you know, it's not good enough if you can finish it in 6 missions. But it's cool. It's got nuclear boats. It's got diesel electric, or sorry, yeah, it's got nuclear boats, diesel electrics. It's got a German one that runs on a hydrogen fuel cell, strangely enough. I think it's called the Victor 3 or something like that. It's pretty cool. There are ballistic nuclear subs in the game. I don't know if they actually fire them though. Like I haven't figured out what button it is to fire the missiles on the 84 campaign. The vertical takeoff missiles. I haven't figured it out. Either that or I'm just selecting the wrong weapons, and they're not letting me fire them because they're not meant for ship targets or whatever. They do also have like helicopters that take off from destroyers. Sonar buoys in there. I mean, it's crazy. They got Tu-95 Bears that have like parachutable torpedoes, like in the movies. I don't know. There's a little bit of something for everybody in there, I think, which is what makes it really fun to play. It's just if you get it, be very patient with it because the learning, like I said, the learning curve is a little steep. But once you get it down, you're fine. Like as soon as I just realized that most of the controls are in your left hand, like QWE, ASD, and ZXC. So like W and S is to mess with throttle settings. E and C or E and D control the ballast, and Q and A or Q and Z do the bow and stern planes. So it's intuitive enough. The maneuvering parts very quickly, and then like 7, 8, 9, or 8, 9, and 0, they control the ESM mast, the radar mast, and the periscope. And the periscope does have a night vision option, and the periscope also lets you mark the targets. I mean, like most of the guys that I watch on stream, like for instance, I watch a guy called Jive Turkey. He's out in Florida. He's a 20-year Navy vet, and he was a sonar operator. His streams are very interesting if you just want to get a gist of how it works. But he knows his shit. He's incredibly impressed with like the details. You know, there's not a lot to look at, but what there is spot on. So. And the other thing is like, I don't think the system requirements for this game are very high. You can make it look pretty, but it doesn't require like a powerhouse machine either. So that's my game recommendation for the day. Just because I've been playing it now for about 2 weeks. I dig it. I like it. I sat down to a little bit of Warships last night too, and either I'm just really rusty at it, or the summer players are just that terrible, which I think it's a combination of both. Because we used to jokingly call them summer puppies, and I would almost take the entire summer off from World of Tanks because the teams are so terrible because you get a bunch of squeakers running around. They don't know what they're doing, and they just rush up the trees and they forfeit your matches all the time. I guess I should get this. Give me a sec, guys. Dealing with angry people. Why do you people make Amazon accounts if you don't even read how the processes work? Do I have a movie of the day yet? No. Angry. I actually did this today's stream. How did I word it? I think I called it the hit or miss preview show. Yeah, because I winged it. I had a really late morning. I didn't get to do any show prep or nothing. If you have a movie of the day, feel free to share. Oh, let me see if I can get a link out to you guys too, because there's been some rotation going on. I think that's it right there. So my dad got embarrassed this morning. Like I woke up to yelling, and I was like, "What the hell's going on? Why is it so noisy in here?" And my mom apparently asked my dad to order something. So he was like, "Okay." So he was going to cut and paste his login information. He didn't cut. And instead of pasting it in the right place, he pasted it in the address bar. The last thing he copied was a link to a RedTube video. Needless to say, when that popped up and started playing, quite loud, my mom smacked him in the back of the head. She's like, "What the fuck is this shit?" Pretty fun. It's one of those snafu situations that you can only solve through jewelry. Huh. He sent me a link. Oh, you know what? I don't even remember that one. Yeah, this is a Keanu movie. Oh, great. I've got two trucks here today. Angry has selected for the movie of the day Street Kings with Keanu Reeves, Forrest Whitaker, and Hugh Laurie. Undercover cop disillusioned by the recent murder of his wife is implicated in the murder of an officer and must struggle to clear himself. I don't remember this one, man. I haven't watched it in so many years. It's got Chris Evans in it, too. Damn, I think I should have remembered this. It's got a lot of people in it. All right, so we're looking at Keanu Reeves, Forrest Whitaker, Hugh Laurie, Chris Evans, Cedric the Entertainer, Jay Moore, Terry Crews, who probably doesn't speak in the third person for this role, Common. Yeah, this is like practically an ensemble piece. You didn't pick this because it has a Korean gang in it, did you? Anyway, yeah, so part of the movie of the day is to remind you of movies that you may have seen or maybe not have seen, or maybe you were too young to see. And this is one of those movies that I actually did see. I bet I have a copy of it at home that probably just sits in the back of my shelf, and I just haven't watched it in a long time. So mission accomplished. You've selected a movie that has reminded me to watch something, because usually I've seen everything. Good choice. Very good choice. I've been meaning to ask on his opinion of Winona Earp. I'm sure I'm going to catch some shit for that one, but I don't know. It wasn't terrible. $45.06 is your selection for gun of the day. This is that. This is in that range of, what is it? The aluminum lower and steel upper, like the Andrea gun, for instance, like the 3913. And I think they made a 65 series, something like that too. Tino has one. Like he was having difficulty finding a holster for it or something. I like those. Brandon has a collection of most of those guns too. Australia. Brandon from Arizona, the new Sith Lord. I think it's really cool. Like they did that. They created the Lightsaber Academy. What I want to know is how durable are those things? Because obviously you have to put a acrylic tube of some sort on there, right? And then you're obviously going to strike at each other with them, or they're going to strike each other's tubes with them. And you have to wonder, you know, how does is the tube resilient? How long is it going to last? I mean, does the striking impact actually affect the base? I mean, they do look cool. I'm just lollygagging. I've got 4 left to do, and then I'm going to spend the rest of the day probably just doing power supply repairs and return. I'll probably do returns, just get them out of the way, and then just do power supplies the rest of the week. It's easy. Like each one takes a long time, and I get to play detective. I might cut in and out because I have to move around to the back of the shop, so I'm going to be mute for a couple of seconds. So yeah, I think this weekend's my buddy's 39th birthday, and I'm trying to come up with the menu for shooting. He's got I think he has an FNX9. He's got 2 ARs. He's got a car CM9. He's still got that Taurus PT 111, I think it's called. And I forgot what else he's got. It's not much after that, though. And then he invited my other buddy who's got like 3 safes worth of guns. The E65 7 Series. Is this the Bangle butt one? Yeah, it is. All right, so Angry chose the E65 7 Series BMW, which is the last one of its lineage with the Bangle butts. And to be perfectly honest, I like them. I do like them. I don't even mind the Bangle butt part. They work. They're good engines. The 740 had a 4.4 V8. They never had the 4-liter because even my 97 E39 had a 4.4, which is a fantastic masterpiece of a motor for V8. Mine was strong enough to actually survive drowning. That's not even an exaggeration. Like, I got caught in high water and I choked it, and then I had to strip it apart, get all the bad oil out of it, put it back together within the same day, and I drove it home. And it ran fine afterwards. And as a reward, I supercharged it. I rebuilt the heads on it. I put a bigger intake manifold on it. It put out something like 580 something horsepower, and it did 207 miles an hour in a straight line. Granted, it took several miles to get to that speed, but I got to that speed on a public road, on a public highway, no less. Legitimately legal too, because the cop actually let me do it. It's a long story. Maybe I'll share it with you someday. But in short, They were closing the highway. They were getting ready to rebuild it. The guy liked my car. He asked how fast it goes. I told him I didn't know. He set up a speed trap several miles away at the next toll booth because that's where they were going to close it. He let me go through, and it did 207, which is awesome. Anyway, yeah, that's a good choice. I like them. If you shop around nowadays, this was a car that originally cost about $107,000 on average for a well-equipped one. And in 3 years, you could turn around and buy a CPO one for less than 40. And it's not because it's a bad car. It's just 7 Series tend to depreciate very badly. And you end up getting a fantastic car for a great price, you know. Let someone else take the $100,000 hit. But yeah, I've seen several, and you know, you can get them nowadays. I think it was like 2003 to 2008 or 9 ish. You can get one nowadays for 10 grand, maybe even less. And if you see one with like 100,000 miles, don't run away. Don't be scared of it. The M62 and M64 engines that were in those things, they'll go with proper maintenance, you know, oil changes and shit like that. You can easily get 350,000 miles out of one. Easily. Like, I have no problem saying that. I'm completely confident in that engine. Like with all BMWs, you're going to run into the same typical problem BMWs have, which is suspension bushings on the front end. The way that they're set up, they're high tension front end systems. The controller arms are high tension, so they use rubber bushings that tend to come apart pretty quickly with vigorous driving or whatever. You can solve that with urethane bushings that sort of tighten up the ride. But I mean, it's been a problem with BMW since their inception. But it's because of the way that they're designed like that is what gives it its unique feel, road feel. They're a wonderful driving car. That's why I've had so many. I currently have 2, actually, right now. At the high point of my ownership, though, I've had 5. So just to give you an idea. And I'm not what you would call brand loyal in most cases, but I always look for a BMW first before I buy something else, just to see what's out there. They're great. They're magical things. Rumors of the parts being expensive are hit or miss at best. You have sources like BAP Gion, Auto House AZ out in Arizona. There's one other company in California. The name escapes me right now because I usually just go to Auto House. But there's another one out there who services BMWs and Audis. The parts aren't that bad. Like coil packs on average are about $80, but they last damn near forever. Oil changes are cheap. Like my V8 held I think 7 quarts, so I did 7 quarts of Royal Purple. Filters are a little expensive because they're element filters, but I mean that's kind of cool. Cabin air filters are in a lot of these cars, but that's normal with any car these days. The electronics, they're not electrical nightmares like most cars that have a lot of electronics typically are. They're pretty well designed. The head units are good. I usually have the physical buttons break before the system that button and controls breaks, if that would give you any indication of how durable they are. Oh, and the air conditioning systems last forever. Like my oldest 5 Series is 30 years old today, or this year, and the AC finally crapped out. And it didn't really crap out; just a seal failed and it leaks. Unlike a GM, they make an AC that works. Anyway, let me sort out my lunch, people. to lunch channels. Yay. All right. Yeah, I don't think there's any big fights coming up until August 26th, which is the Mayweather-McGregor fight, which it's not as big as they all say it is. You got a guy who's been retired for 2 years. Oh, well, let me finish my thought. Got a guy who's been retired for 2 years versus a guy who's basically the Floyd Mayweather of the UFC. So, I'm not holding out for a lot of action in this fight, to be honest. It's going to be a lot of running from Mayweather. It's going to be a lot of trash talking from McGregor. It's going to be a lot of chasing him down, but not getting a whole lot done. I bet McGregor's going to get counterpunched enough times to win on the scorecards. It's going to be kind of. I'm not excited for that fight at all. Every time Mayweather fights, though, I always have this hope that he gets. He doesn't have to get knocked out, but he has to lose because he's such a cherry picker. I hate that. Remember when a champion actually said, "I'll take any and all comers"? They don't do that anymore. Now they pick and choose their fights because they know they can't beat certain people. It's pathetic. Manny Pacquiao is, in my mind, a better champion than Floyd Mayweather ever will be because he does fight everybody, and he has tasted defeat several times. And he's always humble about it, and he always comes back usually stronger than ever. He got robbed by that Australian dude, and it's not to take away from the Australian dude. It was the judges who gave it to him that pissed me off. But anyway, I think Premier Boxing Champions will have coverage tonight. I noticed they've been doing a lot of Tuesday night shows. I think you can find that on like Fox Sports 1. I'll check it out. I'll probably mention it sometime tonight if I'm not busy making dinner. Because I made kielbasa's last night. It was glorious. Indeed. I'll check the news again here in a minute. Somewhere between building this and having lunch. Maybe I'll hold off till 1:30. That's probably better. Angela's son as lady of the day. I think you can see that from here. Now I have to see who she is. Oh, she's my age. She looks like a non-cross-eyed version of Lucy Liu. And obviously younger. She's 6 years younger than I am, or 6 months younger than I am. Not bad. Difficult to endorse anyone who encourages. What's pork surfing? Oh, you must be laughing about the Lucy Liu thing. there's a bit of a delay. Damn it. When you work on a car, bolts tend to become magnetic. They happen to drop down into the parts of the car you can't find them. In my line of work, screws are made out of flubber. I drop it and they bounce, take off across the shop. High tension flubber steel. See, Jonas was supposed to go shooting in his backyard. He couldn't even bring his phone out there and show us what he's shooting at. So, maybe I said this earlier, but the dude that came with the local pickup had a van like G, but I think his was a half ton. He was whining about the transmission problems that it has. Now his is a 1500 half ton, 6 lug, might be a 3/4 ton. I didn't see any numbers. Definitely not a 1 ton. So at best, his has a 4L60. G's is a 1 ton. So fairly confident his has a 4L80E. Really, really durable. So I don't foresee the same problems. Essentially, a 4L60E is a turbo 350 with overdrive, like the second generation of a 700 R4. The 4L80E is a turbo 400 parent transmission with overdrive. So it's built from stouter stuff. Better building materials, thicker clutch packs, better valve body. And knowing G, his has a transmission cooler too, which is awesome. If you set up, this is just for anybody, this isn't just specifically for G, but if you set up a vehicle to loiter, and I know that's a negatively connotated word, but I just mean like where you idle it for long periods of time. It's also loitering. It's also a term used for fighter planes or helicopters. You know, they get out to a certain place. How long can they sit around that target area before they have to turn around for their fuel windows? Loitering. That's what it is. If you have a vehicle like that, spend the money, invest in cooler, especially ones with automatics. Transmission cooler, power steering fluid cooler, oil cooler, and if at all possible, mount them in places that you can put an electric fan to draw air through them. And that way you keep it cool while it's sitting around. I know we were talking about thermostats and shit earlier for engine temperature for the coolant, but most of the fluids that go through the engine become much hotter than the constantly flowing water and freeze. That's why police package vehicles have all those coolers, because they loiter constantly. My Jeep had my big Jeep had a transmission cooler, an oil cooler. It had a power steering cooler, and what was there? One other one. Some oil, trans, power steering. Oh, I had one for brake fluid too, which I know sounds kind of crazy, but when you're four-wheeling or towing or rock crawling and you're living on the brake pedal a lot of the time, that fluid can boil. It gets hot. And a cooler for that too. Never had a problem with it on the beach. That's where I loitered the most, where I'd sit around on the beach for an hour, climbing over dunes and shit. Okay, that's one. Yeah, I think by the time I'm done with this one, I'll be at the bottom. Yeah. I think this weekend is going to be a really good opportunity to talk to two of my, they're not aunties, they're just too stupidly cheap to unbolt their wallet and buy a gun. So I think they're coming to this guy's birthday. And with one of them, I'm going to be a real dick too. Like, if he wants to shoot my guns, I'm going to charge him for the ammo. Because he can afford it, he just never does. And then the other one, he claims to be in a perpetual state of poor, but anytime something he actually wants comes up, he buys it. Like, without hesitation. And it's just like, hey, you bought this 57-inch TV and fucking you don't have the means to protect it, which would have cost half the price of that TV. Like, they're scared to buy once, cry once. And I find that strange. Maybe it's because I've been doing this long enough now to where, like, buying a gun as a necessity shouldn't be a thing that you have to question yourself on, you know? But they do. And I find it really bizarre. You know, are they afraid they're going to kill themselves with it? I don't think so. Are they afraid they're going to turn into gun people that can't talk about anything other than that? I seriously don't think so. I just don't think they can mentally get over the hump of buying it. Are they worried they're going to turn out like me? Like, I honestly, I feel like I didn't turn out like one of those, what you would call, quote, those guys. You know what I mean? I got friends like that. Locals, they became gun people, and it's like they have nothing else to talk about. And they're sometimes, most of them are also conspiracy theorists afterwards too. And it is weird. It is kind of annoying to listen to. But I don't know. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm not very one-dimensional here at Gunchannels. Otherwise, I wouldn't be streaming video games and talking about cars all the time either. And food. So makes talking to Squid very interesting because he has a fascination with museum ships or just military in general, boats, subs, things like that. I missed last night's sub chat. I'm probably gonna go back and listen to it. That is a spam phone call, but I gotta go get it. Yep, it was spam. Yeah, gee, when it comes to those coolers, it's actually, it might be easy to know on your van when you open the hood. Just look for things that are in front of the radiator. So, you're going to have your typical radiator, and then you're going to have like your air conditioner condenser in front of that. And then a lot of times your oil coolers, power steering coolers, things like that will be in front of that. So it is a flow through system. But if the cooler you buy aftermarket is big enough, you can actually not push your fan in front of it instead of a pull through fan because you might have to put it in front of those other things that are already there. And that's fine too. Plus, the way that the front end of those Chevrolets jut out, there's usually a big gap between all those things and then that plastic grill with the bow tie on it. So there should be a lot of room for you to play with. Some people will put those coolers behind the ducting on the front bumpers too. That is doable. Like if you hide it in the shell of the bumper or the apron or the valance, they call it. You can mount them there too, as long as you know for certain that rocks and stuff won't get kicked up underneath there. Nothing sucks more than a leaking cooler, especially a transmission one, because you pop a hole in any of the lines or the cooler itself, that front torque converter front pump is going to squirt all the juice out within seconds. That's a bad day. It's a very bad day. In your case, G, I wouldn't worry about the brake cooler thing. That's not going to be an issue. Not for you, at least. But like power steering and trans and oil, those are all niceties to have. And they're usually not huge investments, but they have a maximum return. And plus you get extra capacity too. Like I usually buy an oil cooler that's big enough for me to cram an extra cord in there, which is nice. And then I run like Mobile One or Royal Purple or Redline oil, depending on what you can get in your area. But Mobile One's good stuff. GM uses it factory on all Corvettes and Camaros, high performance vehicles. It's actually rated for 10,000 miles. Mobile One, like the regular stuff, it'll last 10,000 miles. Most people changed it 5. I usually change it at 5. This one time on my Fiat right now, I'm going to do it to 10 because I just want to see how actually dirty it gets. Because every time I took it out at 5, it was like iced tea. It was still very clear, just darker tinted. And I thought, well, I'm just kind of throwing away oil that I don't have to change yet. So I'm running it a little bit longer this time. Filters will generally last 10,000 miles, especially if it's a daily driver. It shouldn't be a problem. When I ran Royal Purple in my BMW, I would change the filter every 5,000 miles. Even though the oil was good for 15, I would change the filter element and then top off with what I lost and changing the filter out. Because I didn't get to drive those every day. I rotated my car, so there's a lot of time it just sat and it would clump in the filter. That's not a good thing. And I did learn a valuable lesson with my old BMW about transmission flushes. You know, they say not to do it or whatever, because sometimes you flush out the material buildup that takes up the gaps. I didn't listen. I had the filter changed and the fluid flushed on a car that had 222,000 miles. And guess what? The transmission's slipping now. Oops. Yeah, I got 222,000 miles out of a slush box, so that's not bad. Especially for one that was made in 1986. But not bad. I saw your Instagram pictures of doing the plugs, rotor, cap, and wires. That was a good move. Because yours is the last one before they went to coil over plug ignition. So that was probably a really smart move. And then when you pulled the old ones off, if they looked like they were in good shape, just worn a little bit, just clean them up, throw them in a box in the back of the truck in case you ever need a spare. That's always a good thing to have. Doesn't take up a lot of space either. Like I had a 56 Dodge Royal, and I always kept an extra cap, points, condenser, a couple of extra plug wires, and I think I used to carry at least 4 extra spark plugs. I didn't have all 8. And I would change the plugs every year anyway, which is way more often than it needed. But I don't know. I was finicky with ADD like that. But I would always buy 12 plugs instead of 8. That way I had spares in case I just accidentally fouled one. Or if I had a point, if the points went bad or the condenser went bad, and it would misfire and foul, then I would stop, change out the plugs for that. I miss that car. It was huge. It had the biggest fins of any car in 1956. They were gorgeous. It was 3-tone color. It was dark blue, sky blue with a white top. And it had chrome and gold-plated gilding on it. It was a real looker. The only thing was it was a 4-door. But I got a good deal on it, so I didn't care. It was a great car. Made a good noise, too. It had the red Ram V8 before the Hemis. Poly V8, I think they called it. It was a good motor. Shitty brakes, though. Okay. Shit. Too many. Oh, gee, one more other thing to check before you head out on the road, because it's cheap and easy to do. Next time you get underneath it, check the rear differential. Make sure that the cover doesn't have a wet spot on the bottom half. If it does, go ahead and flush out the rear end and reseal it. It's a good rear axle on the 1-ton, but you know what to look for. If the cover seeps, it'll look wet on the bottom half. shit. All in all, though, I think you got a really good deal on that. If I'm not mistaken, on those vans, you can take the doghouse off, right? And if that's the case, then you should be able to literally just sit right over the top of the engine. Those plugs should be easy to get to. It's just how much stuff has to come off to get the doghouse out of the way. I guess that's the big issue. But I mean, the gist of it should be the same as your old van. They didn't really change that system, I don't think. All right, it's time for me to warm up lunch. I have lunch for 2 days. All right, we'll go with this one today and this one tomorrow. And I can read the chat instead of squinting at it across the shop floor. All right. Oh, it's from Papados. I know exactly what this is. Ooh, that's going to be so good tomorrow. Yep, that is going to be seafood and crawfish rustica. Shit, I almost want to eat that right now. I'll save it for tomorrow. Damn it, they double knotted the bag. Untying a double knotted bag that has your lunch in it is frustrating. It's almost like trying to eat crab legs when you're starving. It's a lot of damn work. I get frustrated very easily. I could feel it coming apart, but I don't fucking see it coming apart. I think I got it. Yeah. Oh, I triple knotted it. That would explain why. Damn it. Here. There we go. What's in the box? Oh, yeah. I know what this is. This is one of my favorite things that they get. This is like we put everything in this stir fry. I like that. Chicken, shrimp, pork, barbecue pork, beef. Shrimp, scallops. I think there's a bit of squid in there. Good shit. Really good shit. And beginning of the month, isn't it? We are now officially in August. My Ozarka guy needs to get, or Sparkles guy needs to get here because we're down to one bottle. Part of my weight loss this year, which I didn't even realize I lost weight because I can't see it on me, but apparently I lost 25 pounds since November. But I drank a lot more water. I drank a hell of a lot less soda. Like I think I have a Fanta every once in a while. That's it. And no fast food. Imagine that. Haven't had a pizza since November. Haven't had McDonald's since November. Haven't had a Whataburger since. I had one Whataburger since November. And I didn't really like it, strangely enough. Gave me indigestion. Haven't had fried chicken since November. Steak, yes. Had that. Fajitas, yes, had that. We're good there. Now we make the long walk back to my desk. Let's see what's in the news today, shall No, that's my lunch. They bring it to me every day, so it's just they happen to bring me two today because they know that tomorrow is they don't go out till 3, and I look like the Walking Dead by the time they get back. So they went ahead and bought one ahead of time, and I just warm it up tomorrow in the fridge. Yeah, mine said they lost. Mine said I lost 25 pounds. It was crazy. All right, let's see what we got in the news. Okay. Oh, everything is in the stir fry. Very cool. We hmm. Campus carry expands to community colleges. Well, yeah. Let me read the details. I'll let you know what it means. Ah, okay. So today is the 1 year anniversary of Texas campus carry, and 1 year after regular campus carry, starting today, it's the first day of allowable campus carry in community colleges. So it was not campus carry until today for those institutions. And it wasn't because of a case study or anything like that. It's because generally there's more community colleges than there are regular universities. So they added an extra year to allow the schools to tool up for it, I guess. Texas groups are calling for the repeal of state sanctuary cities law. Some idiots holding up a sign that says no human is illegal. I beg to differ, sir. The rule is known in Texas as the show me your papers law. And it goes into effect on September 1st. Good. It should. My mother had to jump through hoops. Her brother had to jump through hoops. They came in just fine.
How's my microphone sound? If there's anybody out there. Because my impression has been that this is the Mr. Big Silence show. How's my microphone sound?
You are echoing.
If there's anybody out there. I got a window open someplace. Because my impression has been that this is the Mr. Big Silence show. Let's see how long it takes me to find it.
Are echoing.
No, I have a window open. Now it's closed. So, Mr. Big Silence, trying to get a link for the last 20 minutes. How you doing?
Not bad.
I'm just fine with my octopus.
I'm still eating.
Yeah, I heard your trip to the microwave.
Mm-hmm.
And thanks to Angry for throwing that link out there.
I was arguing with a lease appraiser that's at my shop right now. He has Japanese car bias. I kind of crushed him on it.
Biased in what aspect?
He's anti-European.
Over all aspects?
Cars.
Well, I mean, but there's performance, there's artistic beauty, there's performance, there's durability, there's reliability.
Well, basically, he thinks every German car is a ticking time bomb. Which, there is some truth to that. But the fact of the matter is, most people who own those don't know how to properly maintain them, so they fall into disrepair. Whereas a Japanese car, which is what he likes, yes, they do all go well past 200,000 miles, but number one, they're sort of like the AK-47 of cars. Their tolerances are a little looser in most cases. But, I mean, you're comparing apples to oranges because you have to look at residual resale values. Most Japanese cars, they don't hold their resale value for shit. Anyway, he's appraising my boss's son's car because his lease is up. He was going through the list of things he has to check. And I'm like, he ain't gonna find nothing.
I've never had a European car, but the one thing I do remember from back in the 70s and very early 80s that was absolutely true, but had really, it indirectly had to do with the car, but not directly. And that's that they were ungodly expensive to have work done on, like even just a tune-up, because there were so few dealers, like Mercedes is an example. In the Chicago area, which is where I grew up, it's not that there weren't dealers, but they were spread out and so few that, and of course they knew this, that they charge 4 or 5 times the going rate for a tune-up on your Mercedes, just because it was a Mercedes.
Well, this guy is definitely an appraiser. He's definitely not a mechanic because he was talking about the 2-liter turbo engines in Volkswagens being crap. And I think Raphael would have, he could probably agree that they're not. But
I thought those 2-liter turbos had a very good reputation. Is that not correct?
I didn't buy one without knowing that it had a good reputation. They replaced it with a 1.8 liter several years later, but I think that had to do more with emissions.
But I've heard when I went on, before I bought my current car and I was looking at cars, that's one of the ones I was looking at.
Yeah, they're solid. He was talking about like the oil pickup system, and I'm like, that will happen if you don't maintain your car to a degree. But that particular part he's talking about, unless it was put together incorrectly, it should never fail. But he was right about the cylinder heads, though. I'll give him that. It's really funny when,
do they warp?
No, if the oil pickup system fails, then the head gets starved, and then you have to replace the entire cylinder head. Like, it's all It's a big modular chunk.
It runs dry.
Yeah, ruins the cams, bearings, everything. I think the pump's built up to it too, something like that. I don't know. Mine's been solid. He was trying to say that like BMWs don't last, and I'm like, seriously, dude? I was like, I've had 7 of them. And I said every one of them went over 200,000 miles. Every single one of them.
Yeah, cost has been the primary barrier for myself as far as why I never became interested in them. It's simply because I knew I could never afford, if I got it, I couldn't afford to maintain it.
Well, I mean, the lines are blurred on that these days because, I mean, if you look at, say, a Lexus V8, which is the same, it's a similar version of the Toyota V8 to work on. Every car is pricey to work on these days because everything's machined to such tight tolerances and, out of better
Right,
materials.
But, American-owned dealerships used to intentionally significantly overprice their services because of supply and demand of Mercedes certified, or you insert the name Jaguar certified mechanics.
We used to have,
and of course, then they always sold. They started with the brainwashing from the first time they saw the customer with, and it must have Mercedes brand replacement parts and filters. I mean, Honda does the same thing today.
Yeah.
I know it's bullshit. But they say you must use this brand, Honda brand or Honda sanctioned, filter XYZ. And then in small letters, it'll say or equivalent.
Right.
It all comes down to don't use crappy replacement parts. Or don't go cheap on the oil. You get what you pay for.
Mm-hmm. Tesla stopped falling after Model 3 launch despite positive reviews.
I received an email today from Tactical Response. And there's something that's kind of been grinding me in the back of my mind about Alumni Weekend. And I've kind of been debating to say something or not say something. In that regards. And in the email that they sent, starts off with a picture of James and a picture of the crowd, and I'm like the third row from the front, and if I didn't know where I was sitting, nobody would know it was me.
Yeah.
But and in the second paragraph, and I've seen this written as well as spoken numerous times before, says, though the free training is cool Alumni Weekend, it's closer to a family reunion other than just another weekend to take a class. Well, I can tell you, nobody gave me free fucking training. It wasn't fucking free. I had to fucking pay for it. It wasn't much. It was cheap. It was $30, but it wasn't free. And I kept on trying to decide, well, if I say something, do I just come off looking like a cheap ass? Because it's not about the price. It's about they keep on using the word free, 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 and it's not free.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea if it's ever been free in the past. But to sign up for the class, you went to the Tactical Response website. You signed up for the weekend the same way you sign up for a class with a 30-day fee. Not a refundable fee, a 30-day fee. $30 fee, excuse me.
Yeah.
And it just bothers me when people say free and it's not free.
False advertising.
Now, I have no problem paying what they asked for. that was certainly fair in my opinion. For what they did. It's not free. And it's just the fact that they kept hammering home on the, oh, it's free, and it's like you're misleading people.
I thought it was going to be.
And that's all I have to say.
I thought it was going to be something more than that. That doesn't seem like anything worth bringing up to me, in my opinion.
Well, because the word free is an absolute. That's why, and the fact that it's been repeated numerous times, both on their website and in person, and everybody sits there with their mouth shut. It bothers me when people use absolute words, and then people who know better just sit there and say nothing.
Well, I don't know. Was there a fraud or something? Like you just said, it wasn't that big a deal. So I don't know what is there to gain from it.
Well, no, the amount that they charged was not an undue sum. That was fair and reasonable. It just they're promoting as if there is no fee.
Well, are you suggesting that the one time you went, you participated in every aspect of it, or at least have a complete understanding of every aspect of it, and you can absolutely guarantee that there's no aspect of it that was free at all?
No, they're saying the weekend is free. The alumni event in its entirety is free.
Okay.
But it wasn't, right?
Well, it was, because Dano went to some trainings that were $30. You could have not done those, right? Or did you have to do that?
Oh no. You sign in the night before or the morning of, and you have to be on that list, which is the list that they get off the list of who paid. Because you sign up on the internet.
That's in order to participate in the portion of it. Did you explore not participating in that?
Not participating in the alumni weekend?
Not participating in those classes that cost $30. Come on.
No. You either are open to attend them all or open to attend them a la carte. There is no, you have the option to pay and only attend a few. That option is not presented.
Well, I'm not suggesting that. I'm saying you can just go there and be in Camden for the alumni weekend, period, and not participate in all that. And then that would be free, wouldn't it?
I guess if you wanted to go to the Tactical Response Friday open house that they have, which is not part of the weekend, that would be free. And then on Saturday night, if you wanted to go to the SOE party that he has down the road, which is really not part of the alumni weekend, it's just timing, but that would also be free. But going to the range, the lectures, no, you have to be signed up for that.
And then it's $30 per each lecture, and you did like 10 lectures, so that's $30.
No. It's $30 for the whole thing, and that's what I said. It's not. The amount was more than fair. I have no issues with the amount. Zero.
Are you saying that they have this event, right, for all of those who did previous courses, but on the weekend of this event, they also have another course, and you would have to sign up for that course and pay $30 to be part of it?
No, it's like they have always done like alumni thing where on this weekend of the month or year, I guess, show up and they have like demos or like samples from the classes. Like maybe you update like whatever something new has been added to the curriculum, so they talk about that. Basically, so that if you've taken a class before, you can stay current, or maybe touch on stuff that's perishable, something like that. So it's basically offering a chance for the alumni to come back to facilities and then just hang out and learn some stuff and stay current. So then it sounds like there's either some kind of range fee or something. If they're charging $30 for $30 for the entire weekend, that sounds like it could be a range fee or like insurance thing or something.
You cannot attain either the lectures or anything that occurs at the range without paying that fee.
Right.
And it's not, there is no a la carte sort of option.
Well, I guess it's probably interpretation. You could say that it's not free, or you could say that there's free training with a $30 range fee or something, or a $30 admission price.
Yeah, it sounds like a marketing thing.
So I guess you could contest it, and I still say, like, why? Like, what's going to affect? People that are alumni are already alumni. So take up on the opportunity are kind of people that aren't. I don't know who you're gonna.
Like I said, it's not about the dollar amount, but if I said come to my business and we are handing out free widgets, would you not expect to be able to come to my store and say, oh yeah, the free widgets are inside, but to enter my store, you need to give me $2?
Yeah, that wouldn't even seem that contrary to me, because you're still getting a free thing. This is a barrier to getting the free thing. That's like saying you get a free bonus thing for doing the thing you would have maybe done anyway. I don't know.
If they would have worded it up front, I would have had zero problems with it at all.
I mean, I don't understand. I mean, I don't have the glitch, so I'm not seeing it as such a issue, but I'm just saying I just really don't understand what there is to accomplish from it. That's all.
I guess it's the expectation of what does free mean to you? I guess free means something
Well,
slightly different to me.
Yeah, but big deal. So what? So some people say this looks green to me and it really looks kind of yellow to me. You know, at what point do you stop everything and go, you know what? You said that was yellow, but it looks kind of green to me or whatever. Like, how does that disruption of the class gonna help the whole overall? So I mean, it's an observation, but I'm talking about if you're saying it to a bunch of people who don't care, like you just said, nobody cared. I just don't understand what's the game.
You can still come to the game, but you still have to pay for your own drinks.
Like the word shall and shall issue, those sorts of things. It's an absolute term. It's not a maybe term.
Big deal. Even if, let's acknowledge that you're 100% right, that they said free and it's really fucking $30. Who are you going to tell, and what is it going to change? Is it going to make?
Okay. As I started to say before everybody and you got in here, is that this is something I've been thinking about, and I wanted to get it off my chest because it's been bugging me. And now I have.
All right. Well, I thought you were looking for advice on it, and that's why I was saying.
No.
I understand why you'd say anything about it.
I'm not looking to make an ongoing issue or anything out of this at all.
I'm going to
this has
invite you
already gone
to a free
much longer
concert.
than I ever wanted.
You can listen to the music for free, but if you want a beer, it's $12. That's kind of what I'm getting from this. Does that make sense?
Except there was no optional $12 beer equivalent.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, you can go to the event.
Do nothing. You can show up and just be there. That's an option. And then that's free. But then if you want to participate in stuff, it's a nominal fee.
I didn't see any of that. Now, maybe that's because nobody chose it.
I mean, if they're spinning it, it was free, and they put the word free in there, then I don't know. Maybe it's just a marketing snafu.
I don't think it is. I think it's just them talking with a friend. Because this isn't like people are like, I'm thinking about going to Texas for my firearms training, but I don't think the value is there. So I'm going to go to XYZ inferior.
Oh, no, I don't have anything like that.
But then I hear there's an alumni weekend and that's free. So that's made my mind up. I am going to take tactical response training. And then like a year later, you go to the alumni thing and you're like, what, $30? Now I regret my decision. I got
see, now you're making a point, which I said my point had nothing to do with it. It had nothing to do with the amount of the class. And the way you just tweaked your little voice there about the $30 makes it
Right.
sound like that's my point. That is not my point.
No, I'm saying the point is that since it's insignificant, who's the audience? I don't even maybe this is
Honesty.
a response.
Honesty.
Oh. All right.
Now, I have no problem with them as a training facility. I would like to take an additional class if possible in the future.
$30.
My statement only has to do with that one thing.
Okay, I hear you're talking about the thing. I don't dispute the fucking thing. So let me ask it a different way. You walk down the street and you see a flag hung incorrectly in the TV repair shop front window. You feel obligated to stop and go in there as a public service to know about yourself and say, I don't like the way your flag's being hung in the front, or whatever courteous way of saying your flag's being hung like a jerk, you idiot. That makes a difference to people. And I guess I'm saying, at what point do you draw the line? Why are you having to go to tactical response and make this point about the use of the word free? Why is it tactical response that gets this? Is it because you're comfortable enough with them, or you expect some gain? That's my question.
Because what was the other? Because I feel comfortable with them, or what?
I mean,
I expect some gain.
Some gain.
What does that mean?
What do you expect to get out of it? You make an action typically with some acknowledgement that there's going to be a reaction to your thing. So it's probably going to be negative. They're going to go, "What are you complaining about? It was $30." So all I can see is negative response. Maybe I should phrase it that way. What positive response are there possible?
I'm not looking for any response. I wasn't even looking for this response. I was looking to get it off my chest, period.
Oh. Well, that goes back to, it sounded like you were asking, like, I'm deliberating this decision. Should I do it or not?
No, nope, not at all.
Okay.
And the only reason I initially actually just said it is because it was literally just me and Sean in here. So I figured, okay, I'm going to have a smaller audience. I'll get it off my chest. I'll feel better. And as far as the flag thing, I think it depends on how big of an issue that is for you personally. Some people will. Most people won't.
You hung that rainbow flag upside down. I'm offended. Like, whoa, dude.
I think there's a line between somebody who you're comfortable with or you know, or somebody who is a stranger, because you don't have the right to just walk out to any stranger and explain to them why you don't like something about them they're fucking doing, or the way they're doing it or something like that. That's, I guess, what I was saying. So, like, if it's some random person, I mean, most people are gonna go and just start spouting off about what they feel about how they're acting.
I guess they had established within me, at least, a level of, I'm going to use the word trust, for lack of a better word. And since it was an email directly from them, I just want to let it go. Too much has been said.
Yeah, I hear you. Now DB's in here.
Yeah.
Hey, DB, I got a question for you. Do you have one of the new tuckable clips for your skeleton? For your filster?
DB don't tuck.
You don't acknowledge us little guys.
No,
It's because you got to know how to start him up. You got to be like, say, motherfucker. You start with that, then he'll unmute.
He thought a bunch of big leaguers were going to be in here.
Then his first response is, what, motherfucker?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit. There he goes.
Yep. That was his tactical response. See, we changed the subject and he jumped out.
Bad Wi-Fi at the Starbucks today, I guess.
Yeah, guys. So one of the things that just kind of it didn't bum me out, but one of the things about the show that so Patriot Patch Company, they did the official TriggerCon patches. Um, cool scar on the patch with TriggerCon 2017 on there. By the time we got it by the booth on Saturday, they were all out, and just Marco had gotten one, but they had one left on their patch board. I was bullshitting with the guy and basically put my hand on it like I was going to rip it off and asked him if I could take this one. And he said, go ahead. So I ended up giving that to Pink. So I called Rainier Arms yesterday to see if they had any laying around, and they didn't. And I reached out to Patriot Patch Company yesterday via email and actually got a response today. And the guy's like, actually, those were a very, very limited run, but I do have one sitting on my desk here for photography purposes. What's your address? I'll send it to you.
Fantastic.
Like, right on.
People call me like that.
Yeah, I gave my.
People call me about.
What's that?
People call me about one of my patches like that. I tell them to fuck off. No phone number.
Yeah, but you charge $30.
Hell yeah. But for the free patches, at least.
Well, this guy could have responded and said, "Yeah, I'll send you one, but it's going to cost you such and such amount of money."
Yeah.
But the one I got on Saturday, when I realized Pink didn't get one, I was just like, dude, you flew across the country to get here to come to this event. You take this fucking thing. And he wasn't going to take it, but he looked at it and was like, oh shit, it's got a scar on it. Hell yeah, I'm taking that.
I never realized until I got into Gunchannels how into non-military patches people can be. I don't know why I was surprised by that, but
I'm kind of right there with you.
But then we got some guys that are in the shoes, and I never would have thought about that either. It's like, some guy in the shoes, what's wrong with him in the head? But that's probably more of a generational thing.
Well, and there's also those people who look at us and be like, those guys are into guns? What the fuck is wrong with those crazy asses?
Or look backwards in time at a photo of me in the 1970s. Look at that dude's hair. Look at that leopard print cheetah silk shirt. Wasn't who's styling?
What the fuck were you wearing, Dad?
Well, I was a fully grown adult in the 1970s, and the age of disco was on its last dying breaths, but it was still alive when I was 17. Now, it had died by the time I hit 19. But I was there at the very bitter end.
I think I might be uploading the last versions of the cards. I keep saying that.
Isn't that once you get the approval on that we can then actually start looking at a calendar for absolute date?
Yeah, exactly. Then I'll know when they're actually making them. still going to be a bit because
Wow.
they have them do like another sample deck or whatever. So it's going to be a little less.
Hey, G, I got a quick question on those cards. On the Kickstarter, when I filled all my stuff out, there wasn't a place to put in a address. When they're ready to ship, do I get an email from them? And
Oh no, you know what it is?
do you have any?
I think on Kickstarter, I have to send like I only get one chance to talk to people for whatever reason. So I have one chance to send out a thing that says like, okay, they're ready, and like I need your address. So it's going to be whenever they're actually around, and whenever they exist. Ask because otherwise, people move. I'll say, hey, they're going to be made in 2 months, and then I go, what's your address? And then I get, out of what 400 something people, there'll be like a dozen people that are like, oh, guess what? I have a different address than the one I told you 2 months ago. It just happened. People move or whatever.
Right on. Totally understand that.
At least that's
I was. Yeah, I was just curious how that worked.
pretty sure that's how it goes with that one.
I know whose address G hasn't seen in months. Mine. I haven't won a daily gun show quiz in months.
We haven't sent nothing out in months though.
It's okay. I haven't made it home in time to do one. I'm like, look at this jerk in Texas. Look how many times I had to send him shit.
No, Matt's the hardest one to send to in Texas because probably 2 out of 3 times on the Matt, it'll come back. Because people are assholes. Always say that it's on postage, even though I can't even count the other things I've sent out already. I know what it is. And I always put an extra stamp on it. If it's like 40 cents, I put 60. 60, I put 80. Everywhere. But even, but always Matt, it'll come back after more than that. Crazy.
You see, you guys thought I was joking when I said he was practically in Mexico.
It's definitely like there's some funnel, like all of their mail goes to the same jerk or something, like where other parts of the country have multiple jerks. So, for people. All right, so now I can send this. Where'd my fucking email go?
It's nice
Yeah,
to have
thank-
a W key again, isn't it?
What's that, Sean?
It's like it's nice to have a W key again, isn't it?
Yeah. It was certainly annoying to have like that handicap or that like hobble where whenever I was typing something for real, I'd have to go fuck W.
It cost you $30.
The keyboard?
Yeah.
No, somebody sent this to me. I think Mr. Wright or somebody sent this to me.
I had the feeling that it would take a donation in order for it to happen.
Right.
You were like so committed
I don't like
to living
having
without the.
I don't like having a second keyboard, but it did send it to me, and it does make it easier. But it's another fucking thing. Can you imagine putting another keyboard wherever the hell it is you're doing your shit? It's in the fucking way. It's a giant
I
keyboard.
can't imagine having two monitors.
Well, no, that's necessity. That's not even a thing. That's like having an automatic car versus a standard. You can drive a standard, but you can take driving to another level with automatic.
Another level of laziness.
Another level of being able to just get more stuff done than just worrying about how to drive, though. You're not handicapped by having to keep your one hand.
It is hard to drive a stick and hold a gun at the same time. I'll give you that.
or like smoke, or like eat something, do makeup. All the important things.
I love my 5-speed. Wouldn't have any other.
So neat when you're a little kid.
They are going the way of the Dodo, though. Manuals. Kind of a shame.
I think they should still exist. I mean, they are a funner thing to drive, and they're probably more useful for like a certain off-road or something.
Yeah.
But as far as just like manual drivers, yeah, who the hell would ever want to buy one?
They've
Really.
perfected the automatic now, though. They're faster. They are actually faster than somebody buying a stick.
That's what I mean. They're better. They're probably better for gas and for wear and tear on the vehicle and everything. It's not like it's.
Yeah, it used to not be the case. Like up until maybe the early to mid 2000s, the manual was still the more reliable and efficient option. But yeah, they've perfected the automatic in say like the last 10 years. Nowadays they're getting smart. Instead of a big engine.
J-Webs, I have a question. For Tuesday's State of the State, have we covered California in the past?
A big one. I don't know.
I'm just
we may have.
looking at today's show notes, and it would tie in with our first topic.
I don't remember. I mean, we could definitely hit them again. Because some of the states ain't going to matter. There's a whole bunch of states nobody cares about. But one of these days, we'll do another scheduling show or something where we'll get together and.
This weekend, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and that's the. I know you guys. It's convenient for the rest of you to do it on the weekends, which is perfectly fine. But at the weekends is when I can basically not really participate.
Yeah, we don't need to do it the weekend. Specky just said that we can do it anytime. I'm just talking about just filling in some of the internal stuff for ourselves, not necessarily a big giant thing.
Yeah, it's not really topics that I necessarily. I don't need to be there for that. You guys are fine with that. Just other bigger, longer term things.
Well, we're starting to come up with a free alumni thing for our listeners.
Oh God.
Mainly we have to figure out how much to charge for that.
Tonight we're gonna have Gunchannels tactical pop quiz alumni night.
But don't tell them until
You're
they
all
show up
welcome.
at the door.
You're all welcome. It's just $30.
$30 to the Patreon account.
I'm glad you drove 800 miles. Now give me your cash.
It's like armed robbery. You guys stuck up 800 miles from home. With that connector, my week is officially over. That's a good feeling. What am I going to do for the next 3 days?
All that time since when I said I was setting up those files, it took all that time just to upload them. That's how big those files are. So now they're up there.
Huge.
It's like each one of those guns is like a big placemat or something, probably, and shit, cram them all into a card with all that writing. So files are pretty big.
Did you wish a happy birthday to the BAR today? That was pointed out to me earlier.
3 hours ago. So three Nazis walk into a bar.
Then they have to pay $30.
They didn't have to pay nothing. That lead was free.
The beer was $30.
Hey, I got a question on Wednesday, ongoing topics. Wednesday is usually entertainment, good idea versus bad idea, and what?
Yeah, we don't have a Tuesday topic.
No, I said Wednesday.
Oh,
Because on Tuesday we got Second Amendment issues, State of the State, and then #Showdown.
wait, what was Wednesday you're saying?
Yeah.
Entertainment. The whatever. Good idea, bad idea.
Good idea, bad idea.
I forgot what the third one was. Isn't it on there? I don't know.
Isn't
Well,
Wednesday the
either
long
Showdown
format
got
tactical
pushed
quiz?
up, or I
Oh,
don't know if it belongs on Tuesday or Wednesday.
Just scroll down and look at another one. It says training. No. Showdown. Oh, State of the
Oh,
State. Just click
Okay,
down.
training. It doesn't have a topic. Okay.
Man,
No,
y'all just missed like Jedican,
Hold on.
a side cam.
Hold on. You know, you're moving training to Wednesday from Thursday. Why are you doing that for?
Oh, you're right. Well, I thought that's because you said it was on Wednesday.
No, Showdown got moved to today for no reason because that's supposed to be Wednesday.
Okay, you want me to move it back down? Showdown?
I guess. I don't know. Did you intentionally move it up?
No, but we'll still need to come up for a topic, whether it's for today or for tomorrow.
Yeah, well, fine. But Showdown goes along with entertainment and good idea, bad idea. I think Showdown is why we put it on Wednesday.
Okay.
When any blank spot tweeting tips.
With what tips?
Yeah, there's just
Bob's gunfighting.
somewhere along there was something that was accidentally deleted at some point in column H.
Yeah, this is the one that's supposed to be over there. This one here is the one was
Okay.
dead spot that we have empty. The middle
Okay.
Tuesday. We should call it the dead spot and then just use whatever topic comes up that day.
Okay.
Like a black hole.
Wild card?
Yeah, exactly. It's the Joker. Except that would actually be better on Wednesday. Have it with entertainment, but
The Wild Bob, you said?
wild card topic, wild Bob.
Oh, I thought you said the Wild Bob. That would be cool.
We could do a series where Bob just goes off into the wild. Goes off the land.
Just because I'm telling you, Bob's gunfighting tips, man. I think that shit would be a fucking winner. What in the fuck?
So for Bob's gunfighting tips, does the flashlight go in your mouth or your armpit?
I have no. Yeah, it's exactamundo. Exactamundo.
With Bob and all that Canadian training he's been exposed to, there's no telling.
What in the fucking world?
Yeah, DB. So at the show, I met up with Philster and also Stan from your buddy Stan.
Oh shit, that's cool.
Yeah.
Philster, the guy from PA, the holster maker.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is he
Now-
still
now
doing
I-
it?
I was trying to find where I get my the records.
What was that, Dana?
Oh, it's after 285. Uh-oh. I'm late. Take it easy. Okay.
Where's DB going? What's he doing? What's going on?
The police department.
I know what it was. Is Philster still making holsters?
Nah, he's making dildos now. Kydex dildos. He's fucking.
Yeah. He's still making holsters.
He's done with. He's done with holsters now. Dildos
He's
is
doing a
where.
lot. He just came out with a new EDC tourniquet carrier.
Got one. Got it.
Do you?
Got it.
Hey, now
Do you wear it?
Got it.
Do you wear it? I'm
Uh,
doing a.
I keep it in my bag. It actually keeps the tourniquet pretty tight and shit, but it is meant to be worn, I guess, on your belt.
How is it EDC if it's on your bag, which you're not carrying?
Oh, my bag is always in my car. It's my bug out bag. For you never know when it's time to bug out.
And when you need it, it's
I think
only
for Dano, I
the
think
hook to
Dano should. I recommend for you a rat's tourniquet. I think that's probably better than a soft T wide or a fucking cat. The cat. Anyway, yeah, he makes that flat pack thing. It's pretty fucking sweet.
Hey, now on your skeleton, do you have the newer clip?
Nope, I do not, and I don't really care too much because I'm not doing appendix with it. I mean, it can go there, but that new clip is it's like a built-in wedge, a built-in whatever they call it, claw. And what was I gonna say?
Well,
These
I think
fucking
no matter
holsters are awesome. Did you wind up ever getting that skeleton?
Yeah.
Did you get a new clip thing?
No, it didn't come with the new one, but Stan gave me one to try out.
Oh, sweet. And you like the skeleton? Yep. And how is the retention?
It's all right.
Pretty tight.
It is pretty tight, but it's not. Yeah. It's not quite the fuck you level of retention I was expecting from after hearing you talk about it. I mean, it's a good level of retention.
All right, good. I sent mine back, so maybe I sent mine back, and I didn't know. He was like, "Yeah, send it back if you don't like it." My shit was tight as fuck. Then you got it for a Shield or a 43 or
43,
a 19 something.
No, I got it for the 43. I'm probably going to get one for the 19, but I'm going to wait a little bit. I was talking to the guys at Enforce about their APLC.
They're sweet. They're sweet.
Yes. So I got a card from one of the dudes at Enforce, and he told me to email him, and he'll set something up and send one out. So, and then he asked what holster.
For you to review or something like that?
Yeah, kind of, sort of. I still got to reach out to him and see what's expected, But he asked what holster I carry the 19 in, and I told him I'm gonna be carrying it in a filster, but with the TLR1 I have on it right now, I don't even carry it with the TLR1 on it. And he says, well, Filster doesn't make one for it right now, but that's a really good idea. We're gonna reach out to him and see if he can start pumping them out.
Yeah, because Filster
said it's gonna be pretty easy.
Yeah, I mean,
Filster. Do you have all those holsters?
What did you say?
Do you have one of each of those holsters?
Filsters?
Holsters.
I have all. Yeah, I have all of them. Like I have 43 and 19. I got two. I got two 19s. When I had a Shield, I had one for the Shield. I mean, I recommend his holsters, man. Like,
so are you kind of like the equivalent of never enough holsters?
Like the guy who's like I would recommend Filster's holsters to anybody who wants. No, they're good. They come with the soft loop. I like the loop. I like his holsters. I like the retention. I like the customer service. I like the company. It's a small company. It's like one guy. He helps other holster makers, which is rare. I mean, he doesn't care. Like, he's a good guy. And maybe I've had a lot of his holsters. And what else? Oh, he makes sheaths for the clinch pick. He makes sheaths for the TDI K-bar. He makes holster, magazine holders. He makes a lot of dope shit. The magazine holders are fucking awesome. I mean, everything he's got is good. It's really affordable. Skeletons, I never paid more than $30, maybe $40 for a holster from him. I did buy a classic though, and I sold it on eBay because I just liked it. Is just really for appendix carry, and like really for appendix carry. it wasn't like very versatile. Like the skeleton is very versatile. You could appendix, you could carry, you know, at 3 o'clock. It doesn't matter.
You know, and I'm thinking I still got to try that clip out, but I'm thinking even though I don't carry appendix, it might still tuck the gun tighter to the body at 3:30, 4 o'clock.
Oh yeah, yeah. His holster, all those skeletons are tuckable too. So I mean,
Yep.
I think Yankee
Yep.
Marshall just did a video about like carrying at work concealed when you don't want anyone to know, and he was carrying a fucking urban carry, like, you know, leather satchel down his pants. You got to pull out and like rear, you know, the whole thing sucks. But
Yeah, he just did that video.
and was he serious? Because I don't even watch the videos anymore, really. I just saw it and I was like, Jesus Christ, is this real? Anyway, those things suck. They're retarded. I've seen people pull them out, and the gun goes flying.
You know, I kind of suspected if at some point, if you pulled too fast, too hard, they might actually tumble out. Or is there some sort of retention when it's completely pulled up?
No, there's no retention. And that's something Yankee was saying at dinner is they market it as a quick draw holster, and you're going to be able to get to it, and you know, within the split second. And he's just like, no, that ain't that.
I've
that
seen
ain't
it. No, the guy.
That ain't the case.
I would think that, of course, I'm not 100% sure exactly how it works, but
So what's the deal?
would it not also
Was
depend
his
on
video
having-
serious
I'm not sure, to be honest. I didn't watch the video.
or not?
Does
for
does
people.
it not also depend on you tightening your belt to the exact same level pretty much almost every day? If you're, in other words, if your belt is too tight, would that stop you from day one if you don't realize it's too tight?
What, the coffin? Most piece of kit I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. It's maybe not the most ridiculous. It's the craziest idea, you know. And the way they market it is that you're going to get to it tight, or you're going to get to it in a self-defense situation, which is highly unlikely. Like, it's some real funny shit. So if you got someone jumped on you or started beating the shit out of you or whatever, forget about it. And then I've seen too many videos where guys pull it out and it goes flying across the fucking room. And there's no...
Well, and that's what I wondered, is if the retention was totally dependent upon the belt you were wearing and how tight it was?
Hey.
No, I mean, there is no retention. It's just basically a flat fanny pack that tucks down inside your pants.
But since it is on the outside, if your physical belt, which is going to hold it in, is tighter than normal, you're going to have a harder time trying to pull that up. And if it's looser than normal, it may come up too fast.
What's going on?
I mean, because that is the, you know, like the drawstring on a purse, that is the last point of resistance, is your belt. No? Yes?
Well, I'm not sure about purses.
Well, no, you understand how the drawstring purse works. It's just a sack with a string around the top. And that string, when you pull it tight, is the only thing keeping all the crap inside from spilling out. And that's basically how a belt works around a human being when you're going to carry something on the inside of your pants like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the whole thing's just kind of gimmicky.
Yeah. Well, I have no idea if it is or not. I would just think that it'd be very dependent on you doing your belt the same way every single day, and that be the correct adjustment for it.
What are we talking about?
It's that,
Urban carry.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I saw a thing. It was a decent review of it. Like the guy was pretty fair, and his biggest thing was that if his belt was too tight, then like he couldn't get the holster out.
Right. Which is what I was trying to explain, but I must not have been explaining it properly.
Well, I don't know. You might have been. Oh, I came in here. You're talking about purses, so I had no idea what was going on. And you said
I
a
was
purse is
using
like
an
a belt,
analogy
and I'm
that-
like, oh, okay.
A drawstring on a purse is basically the same functionality as a belt on your pair of pants. It's to cinch it down.
Right. But that's weird because it's like if you're required to wear your belt loose in order for that thing to work well, and yet normally you have to kind of tighten your belt up a little bit because you want, your body and your belt is holding your inside the waistband in place.
Right.
And keeping it up with all that extra weight, especially if you're carrying a big metal gun with that thing, your pants are going to sag.
We found that there was a fraud and misconduct on your tax filing, which you are hiding from the federal government.
Oh, no.
To be rectified immediately.
They're on to me.
So to return a call on our direct line number.
I got to call them
The
back.
number is 48423.
Did you hear that? That was an officer from the Internal Revenue Service, and they figured out a fraud.
I've also heard from the Internal Revenue Service that they never call you directly
Absolutely.
to avoid fraud.
That's 100% scam.
They don't call you with a robot voice and tell you to call them
No.
back.
This is the government. Skynet has
Enter
taken
your credit
over.
card.
We have found your error that you're trying to use to scam the government. Call us for your
Give us your
consequences.
money. This is not a scam.
You're going to need to give us a multiple amount of Target gift cards and send them to us.
In Nigeria.
It's an offshore account.
To Prince Albert.
The problem is a lot of people, well, not a lot, but it only takes, half of a percent
fraction.
of the people to be like, oh no, and then call them and they're like, yeah, we need like $500, and you're like, oh, okay, I'll just pay it so it goes away. Like a lot of people just try that. They don't want to deal with hassle and shit. They're like, can I just like give you money now and then you'll go away? And they're like, okay, and they think that everything's fine.
Speaking of that, turns out all you guys owe me $500. So to avoid the hassle, you can just PayPal that to me or Target gift cards.
All right, well,
I only owe you $30 because it was free.
And I'm going to say, can we work out a payment plan where you just take that $500 from my daily gun show paycheck?
Ah, good one. Good one. I like that.
So I don't know how much I get paid, but if you want to just start paying me $500, you can take my first one and we'll call it even.
This isn't working out.
Well, the problem is I only listen to robots and I can know you're a person. So I'm obviously not going to pay you $500. But if a robot tells me that, especially if it's edited weird, where it's like, you owe the government $500. Like you can tell if someone like typed in the number with a different thing. Then people are like, oh, well, that must be the right amount.
Yeah.
So you guys that are haters, I guess DB already left, but what about the concept that any gun that you carry is better than the perfect gun you leave at home? And then the concept that you're not going to get into an altercation or LFI anyway. And even if you did, who gets to say it's going to be this way or this way? And so you're talking about a very slim possibility. And then if you are to get into an LFI, the idea that you're going to be in the specific one that requires you to be able to, you know, dodge and parry and jump around or whatever. So people are laying on the odds and saying, I want to carry every day. I want to carry comfortably. This isn't perfect for a fast draw situation, but since statistically I'm not even going to get into an altercation, let alone a type of altercation that requires some sort of freaking fast draw, which is still bullshit because everyone knows, anyone who goes to any tactical class knows that you can't outdraw a gun that's already drawn on you. There's nothing you can do about that. So there's a possible strategic element of having something where if somebody were to look for it, they wouldn't see a gun on your waistband. They would just see that, pager looking thing. And then, anyway, all of those aspects of it. I mean, why does every holster have to be applicable to the ultimate dexterity or the ultimate fast draw? And I'm only playing devil's advocate because I like to be able to reholster, and I don't see the reholstering ability of that.
Right. Yeah. Well, I will address on the one thing where I do agree with you, and that's the same argument. I guess I agree with you on that first part, and it's the same argument with, you know, people like, oh, you have a little tiny gun or whatever. Well, if you're actually going to carry a little tiny gun, but you leave the full size gun at home because, you know, it's too heavy or whatever, then yeah, 7 is better than nothing type of thing. So I do agree with you. If for whatever reason, like that's the only way you're going to carry, or you're going to carry more often with it, then okay, I'm not going to necessarily argue with that. And as far as like the quick draw thing, I don't know. I guess I kind of agree with that too. But what I don't like about it is that you can get those same qualities, that same comfort, that same, you know, you're probably going to carry every day with this thing from just a different type of inside the waistband holster that doesn't have the negatives. So I don't see where it has a unique benefit over, you know, just a regular, maybe like a hybrid inside the waistband holster. It's nice and comfy. No one's going to see it. It looks like a little belt clip or something.
I mean, if comfort is king, then pocket carry would seem to be the way to go, if that's what you want.
Well, that's true. Yeah, pocket carry also, because that's that same deep concealment. And you have that same negative then of pocket carry is not super fast to draw. But
yep.
I guess
it's better have something than not need it than need it and not have it.
Right. And I do think that pocket carry is still a little bit better than the urban carry as far as, you know, speed of draw and stuff, which you're right, you're not going to outdraw a drawn gun. But I've seen a lot of stuff where someone has a gun and then, the people, what do they call it? Like you kind of fake compliance or whatever. Like you start going along with it. And then when the guy gets distracted, then you draw. And so from that point of view, if you only have a little bit of time where he is distracted, he's turned, if you got to lift that whole thing up and then go grab it, then draw, like that might be too slow. Whereas you could toss your hand in your pocket while he's sitting there talking to you or whatever. And then you'd be like, hey, don't take your hand out of the pocket or something. Like, oh, sorry. And then as he turns away, you pull the gun out and then you defend yourself.
If you have to have a conversation with your theoretical position, then that's too specific, and you're in some fantasy land where you're going to be having this back and forth with the guy. Then I'm going to give him this comeback.
Well, no, I'm using examples that I've seen on that. I always forget it. The armed protective thing or whatever, where they show like camera of inside 7-Elevens, at gas stations, at ATMs, at different stuff. And that's my point. And there are many times with that where someone does have a drawn gun and they're not just shooting you instantly or whatever, and the person starts doing whatever, and then he's able to distract the guy or defend somehow, and then pull his gun and take care of it. So that does happen.
My answer to your basic question, just down and dirty, is it better to have any gun rather than the perfect gun for a situation? Yes, it's better. Whatever gun you have on you is better than not having the perfect gun.
Right. I just think there are other options that have the same advantages as the urban carry without as many of the disadvantages.
And without the long story, pocket carry.
That would be one of them. But like my inside the waistband's comfortable and shit, and I carry a full size gun. So I guess maybe that's just me, but I don't understand people that it's so uncomfortable or whatever. Well, I don't know, and maybe it is, but for me, I carry a full size metal gun inside the waistband, and it's fine.
When I need to deep conceal, if I can be casually dressed, I will vest carry. Because it's still a whole lot quicker than pocket carrying, for me anyway. But because of the way, if it's a little bit more nicer dress thing, then I need to go pocket carry. Because the vest just doesn't work out for when you're like business casual. But it's not very rare that I have to dress like that.
I'm just going to start open carrying in my hand because that's the fastest draw.
Yeah, just walk around with it in your hand all the time.
Yeah.
Hi, Bob.
Well, I mean,
hi, Joe.
I wonder if there's like a holster kind of thing that you could like wrap around the back of your hand that then holds around the gun. So then you're like, well, officer, it's in a holster. I'm not brandishing it.
It goes wherever my hand goes. I can't help it.
Yeah.
It's like we are.
Obviously, I'm just kidding. Carrying a gun in your hand is not really open carry. That's one of the things, man.
You are totally serious.
No, that's the thing. So I've seen videos from the young jerks where someone was actually carrying a gun and something happened or whatever, and then they jump on, they're like, oh, I thought all you Republicans support open carry. Now you're not supporting this guy. It's like, that's not open carry. Like, there's a difference. So they literally, and they probably do it on purpose. They probably do know the difference, but they just, they got to create tension and shit. But it's like, they're like, well, how come you're not supporting? It's like, because people that walk around carrying a gun in their hand, yeah, that's different than someone who has it even in an open carry holster or something, like it's a completely different thing. And I'm not even a huge fan of open carrying, but I don't mind. I guess, people do whatever the hell they feel like, I guess. Like, I'm okay with that, but
if I lived in an area where open carry was a more common thing, I might consider it. But first of all, there's no open carry where I live anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I've done it up north, and it's just because when I'm on my property, I just kind of like having it in the outside the waistband holster, and if I happen to have to go to the store or whatever, I just don't take it off, and no one's ever caused me problems or talked to me or anything.
Hey, G, do you have a vector image of the Gunchannels logo? What's the deal?
Oh man, not much, man. Not much. How else was TriggerCon?
It was cool.
What else was cool?
Oh shit. There's a lot of cool shit there. Rainier Arms was showing off. Well, I think Sharps Brothers was there too. Cool new lower. Spartan, kind of a Spartan face mask.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think that's available through Sharps Brothers right now, but Rainier Arms is going to have it available pretty soon here.
I'm sure they want a shit ton of money.
Yeah, retail's going to be $310 to $320, but introductory pricing is going to be a little bit lower.
This is a strip lower, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's right where the Jack was going for, so.
Right, the Jack, the skeleton?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that was Spikes, wasn't it?
Yeah, I forgot. That one with the fucking Spartan helmet, like, looked like there was way too many fucking holes. It just looked like it was milled out too much. I don't know. I'm sure it's fine. Like, there's a lot of mags going to be showing through those holes, too. Look,
Yeah, it'll be dope.
You get a chance to fuck with that CMMG trigger?
No, I didn't.
For the Glock? That should look cool.
Actually, I probably shot it at range day.
Okay. Yeah, I saw some.
But shit, everything kind of blends together.
It's like fucking straight flat with like a little fucking spike on there and shit. And I mean, it looks like a flat ass trigger. Yeah. It's crazy. I think it's like $100 and something bucks, but it comes with a trigger housing. Shit. Yeah. Trigger bar, trigger mechanism. It comes with a lot of shit. Moonfu was talking about. What else? Not much. Not much else I was looking there that looked interesting to me.
Deadfoot arm side folder is pretty badass.
Oh yeah, that one that shoots with it folded or not?
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks cool.
Yeah, the cool thing I learned about that is instead of buying the whole kit from them, you contact them and you send a bolt carrier into them, and they modify it to their specs, and then it knocks a good chunk of money off the overall price of the kit.
Oh, I bet. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, that's the one that you need a special bolt.
It does take up a proprietary bolt.
Yeah. Well, hey, you want a folder that shoots when it's folded? Everyone loves those. The fucking.
The laws.
Right. Yeah, law tactical. Everyone loves that shit. The Generation 2, they say they're special. Like, they work. They work every time. But, yeah. They don't fire when you have told them.
Then there's that company that makes I got a picture of them. I forget the name of the company. They make that brace that hinges down and folds around your arm. You know, I don't know if I'd use it that way, but they came out with a Gen 2, but it's instead of being aluminum, it's polymer. But I actually like the look of the Gen 1 a lot better. It's a lot slimmer in profile than the Gen 2. Biggest thing that a lot of people were bitching about with the show is just the fact that you're basically strip searched to get in there, and
They were strip searching little kids, man. Like, not strip searching, but like, that was one thing Yankee put up that I saw on Instagram or something. That's fucked up, man.
yeah.
Fuck
Well,
that, man. Fuck that place, man.
yeah. Here's the thing. That's not a. I mean, where it was held is a Tacoma City building, so it's publicly owned. So it wasn't the city of Tacoma that made them do that. It was man. I talked to the guy at Rainier Arms yesterday. The security company that operates the venue, they treated it like it was a concert and all other things like that. So they treated it with that same protocol. But Rainier Arms is in talks with the heads up at the either the convention center or the security company, and they're going to push them to either change their policy for the show, or if they don't do that, they're going to take it to a different venue, because they said it's ridiculous, and far too many. It gets too much bad press from the big YouTubers and whatnot, and from everybody.
Fuck the press. I mean, even though I don't have a YouTube channel or, like, if you don't know when you're going, then it's like, oh, you want me to go back to my car and drop my gun in my car, or I have a folding knife or something, like, oh, I gotta put my knife back in my car. Fuck out of here. No, people just don't like doing it. Like, it sucks, man. Someone just want to go. Someone on Instagram in the comments were like, yeah, and it was in a fucking not the greatest fucking neighborhood either. Like, it wasn't exactly like the safest neighborhood. So then people could go break in your fucking car and get guns. I mean, it's like obvious. You know what I mean? You see guys like popping their trunk and taking their fucking alien gear holster off and putting their Glock 40 in their trunk. You know what I mean? It's fucking retarded, man.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's why I was glad Pink travels with a cool locking case, and we had that in the trunk, and it had a cable tied into the trunk and all that. So, but we had dinner with Haas the night before, and he's everywhere. I'm not disarming, So Friday rolls around, and we're walking into the convention center, and first sign you see is no weapons, no knives, no nothing. But we walked right past it. We're like, fuck it. And we hit the up button on the elevator and to get to the 5th floor, and it opens, and here's Haas just fucking pissed off, red face, just fucking fuming. It's like, you're not going to fucking believe what they're doing up there. They're wanding everybody and metal detectors and emptying out their pockets, and we got to go take our shit off. So, I mean, we turned around and headed to the fucking car.
Did he disarm?
Yeah, he disarmed. He had to if he wanted to get into the show.
Pussy! You big fucking pussy! Move on, lobby, pussy! Okay.
Yeah, I'll guarantee you, any video he puts out about that show, you're going to hear about it in the video.
Fucking pussy! You thought you said move on, lobby!
But
yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do, man. Either go home or fucking whatever.
Yep. But with my conversation with the guy at Rainier Arms yesterday over the phone, I mean, it's something that they understand, and it's something that they're pushing to change. And if they can't get it changed at that venue, they're going to tell them we're taking our business elsewhere.
Yeah, I don't blame them.
What's up, DB?
Oh, not much, man. I love you, man. They'll never disarm me. Okay, I'm going to my car. Put my gun in my car. Oh, I don't know. Not much.
I mean, it is bullshit though, because the venue's city owned, and they have no right to disarm you to get in. But
Assault a security guard while being armed and find out what happens then.
well, what's funny is, you know, they wouldn't, you know, Pink, they really never made him empty out his pockets and all that shit. But every time I walked through, they made me empty out my pockets and empty anything metal out of your pockets. And
That's because you look like a hooligan.
I have a G10 like knife, like made of G10, and it's not very sharp. It's very, very pointy. It'll ventilate your neck. You know what I mean? And I'll carry that shit into venues like that. You know what I mean? Like a G10. The sheriff of Baghdad makes a G10 puncher. That's really sharp. You know, that's like a punch dagger made of G10.
That is where something like that would come in handy.
Yeah, because fuck, I'm not gonna be without something, bro. What if like you started, you know, one of these YouTubers wants beef, man? You know, like Such or something. I'll stab somebody, man. G10 puncher.
And Smeggy, you saying I look like a hooligan? When you get a minute, go look at a Yankees video and look through the comments. It's pretty hilarious.
Are you in the video?
No, I'm not in the video, but Pink was talking in the comments, and because when I first met Yankee, I was in a live chat with you guys, and I wasn't really paying attention, but we were talking about the bullshit policy, and Yankee I was talking about them making me empty out my pockets and all that shit. And Yankee's like, well, look at you. You look like a fucking meth addict. And
yeah, but they made Yankee, and they were fucking wanding 10-year-old kids, man, like 7-year-old kids.
Yeah, that's the part that I saw in Yankees video was when they were wanding the kids trying to get in.
Well, here's what's funny. So Friday, when Yankee went up and then so he goes to his car and he disarms and he takes off his or he puts
Rhino.
He put whatever revolver he was carrying in his safe in his Jeep, and he forgot to take his speed loaders off. But he was able to get those through security.
What? No, he's like, I can't. You don't understand. These are my speed loaders. I got one speed loader full of Full Metal Jacket, just in case I have to shoot someone through some glass. I got one with RIP ammo, because it's very difficult for surgeons to remove that stuff from a body.
Have you seen the commercials for the Dark Tower?
No.
Oh, well, I don't even know what the hell thing's about. I guess it's based off a book or some crap. But the dude's like, he's always like dual wielding revolvers, but like his belt just is nothing but like speed loaders and stuff. And like they make it a point to show all these like fancy reloading tricks. Like he throws it in the air and like just the bullet like in the cylinder and closes all like in one movement.
Yeah, but doesn't he have like one of those cowboy single action cowboy guns? I don't know how you'd reload them.
No, this one, the cylinders slide open. It doesn't have a loading gate or anything. But it's funny that they're like John Wicking the revolvers, basically. Doing all these like fancy things.
Oh my god. You're joking me, man.
But when you mention like, oh, I got this speed loader filled with this and this speed loader filled with that, that's what it reminds me of.
Well, no.
There's a whole freaking belt filled with.
I got that from Yankee's video. Like Yankee did a video or one time where he carries like all these speed loaders for different tactical situations. It's like tactical speed loader, man. It's cool. I can see why you would like leave your speed loaders on.
You're forgetting about the silver bullets.
Oh yeah, for the werewolves.
Well, I mean, yeah,
no,
that's
but
just practical.
Well, no, but he just forgot to take them off, and getting through the second time, they didn't find them.
Fuck. Be like, look, man. Dude, that's whatever, man.
That's like TSA level security.
Fuck that, son. No, I would go. I'd definitely go. I mean, I'd be pissed, and I'd be pissed that my gun's in the car and it could be stolen. And if it did get stolen, gee, thanks, buddy. You know what I mean? Whatever. Not my twist, man. You know, just go to TriggerCon. Like, hey, I'm at TriggerCon. I'm disarmed. I'm a little bitch. You know what I'm saying? I got beef with Such. Such might come around. Say Such comes and fucking, come on. Such might come and beat your ass, man. You know? For calling him out.
Fuck, those 2 days.
A Turkish gun whore.
Those fucking 2 days were the first 2 days in over 7 years that I've been unarmed, out and about.
Oh, nice. Nice. That's what I'm talking about. Go to fucking Sheriff of Baghdad. Just Google Sheriff of Baghdad. Whatever the fuck it's called, the puncher, the G10 puncher, and you can buy one. They're good. They're good, and you just punch someone in the fucking neck with that motherfucker, dude.
Yeah, but I really never saw a purpose for that before this experience. But after this, it's like, man, maybe I do need something like that will pass a metal detector. Yeah,
Sentinel gear. You Google Sentinel gear. They got a G10 right now. It's quite pricey, but it's nice, man. Get the job done. But yeah, the puncher's probably way more dangerous. Because I've seen him. He had what did he have? Like a fucking deer. Like, you know, he just shot. You know, when deer hunting or something like that, he had this deer hanging from the ceiling, and he had 2 punches in his hand, and he walked over to the deer. And he just started fucking punching this fucking deer. The guy's really strong, so take that for what it's worth. But then, like, he showed, like, the wounds to the deer, like, the wounds to the meat. Fuck, dude. They might as well have been made out of steel. And they didn't break. You know, G10 is, like, super tough. Dude, you weren't lying, dude. These new Ram trucks, they don't say Dodge anywhere on these motherfuckers.
Because Dodge doesn't own it anymore.
Yep, Ram is Ram.
Division. That all started. What happened was back when Chrysler sold part of its stock to Mercedes-Benz, the truck leg of Chrysler said, "We don't want no part of this, so we're gonna split off our own division."
They were still called Dodge up until last year.
Right, because it's sort of like a corporate takeover. They made an agreement, but they let it transition over a few years before, they wouldn't sticker shock people.
So is Dodge not owned by Fiat?
Chrysler's owned by Fiat.
But Dodge is owned by Fiat too, right? And
yes.
Jeep and all of it. 100%.
But the truck division is its own thing.
Oh,
like Fiat has no creative control.
Oh, wow, that's awesome. Because I fucking think they didn't really ruin Jeep anything, but, you know, it just sucks that Jeep as a brand is 100% owned by a foreign company. You know, it's fucking weird.
Well, it has been for a while, though, because, I mean, Daimler Chrysler, right? I mean, it's been like that for a while.
Daimler Chrysler was a partnership, and I don't think their partnership was 50-50.
Well, then why do they call it?
Sharing technology.
Why do they call it Fiat Chrysler then? I mean, it's still
it's a partnership. If it's like Smeggy and DB, it's DB and Smeggy. I mean, we were together. Like,
you don't own me. No one owns the water. That's God's water.
Oh God.
No, you know what I mean. It was Daimler Chrysler. It wasn't fucking. Right now, it's Fiat.
No, right now it's Fiat Chrysler.
Fiat Chrysler.
Says FCA. Fiat Chrysler Automotive.
Well, maybe
I do a lot of work.
It's 100% owned by Fiat.
And they actually
where Daimler Chrysler wasn't 100% owned by Mercedes-Benz.
No, it was like 65-35 or something.
Yeah, I forgot what the agreement was. I remember. It was like fucking.
So they just kept the name then, because that's definitely what it's called.
Because like when they made the what what was that car that looks like it's pooping all the time? The Crossfire. That was just an E-Class Mercedes with a different body.
Yeah.
And then,
well, dude, that Grand Cherokee that came out at the time, I forgot what generation it was. They say it was like M class. It was on the M class chassis.
Yeah, it was.
Well, dude, they were borrowing technology from Chrysler too. It wasn't like it was a one-way deal. They were sharing stuff.
Chrysler took the benefit of the Mercedes Sprinter, and then the E-Class, and then what Mercedes got back was a better import market for their cars. It actually lowered their import costs.
Still talking about cars? God, I'm sorry.
Circle back around, dude. It's
I
just
didn't
how it
mean to
works.
start that shit.
Technologically, though, it was all benefit towards Chrysler. I mean, if you think about it, Mercedes-Benz spent something like $10 million a day on research and development.
Yeah.
And then they have a saying that if you want to know what's going to be in your car in 10 years' time, look at this year's Mercedes S-Class.
That's true. Now, wait a minute. You know, Mercedes didn't start out with this whole black thing until well after Chrysler had established big horsepower, and who gives a fuck if it can really turn.
No, dude, AMG's been around way before that. Like way, way, way before that. Look up the
AMG's been around, but the black part of it, where the freaking horsepower just made the car. That's a little from Chrysler.
The Uhlenhaut Mercedes SLR. That was from 1956. It was the most powerful production car in the world. It was the fastest road car in history at that time. And it was owned by the guy who designed it. It did 180 mile an hour in 1956 on pump gas.
I'm just telling you.
Well, speaking of fast cars and awesome cars, I'm going to go get in my brand new truck and drive to the store.
V6 piece of shit.
Dude, those EcoBoost 6s are decent. I don't know what you're
I know, I'm just fucking with Smeg.
Yeah, exactly.
Good engines.
In fact, I just watched a thing. What the heck was it? The YouTube channel was like Fast Lane Trucks or something.
Yeah.
Anyways, it was some like media event type thing, but they had all these brand new trucks, and they had like a drag race. It wasn't a full quarter mile or nothing. They're like, well, it's like, I forget how many feet they said it was, but it's like, well, that's because that's how big the parking lot is. So, maybe like an 1/8 mile or whatever. But anyways, they tested like the V8. They tested 2 different EcoBoosts. They tested the like a Dodge V8 and something else. I forget. But like, anyways, the one that they had the best time in was the freaking V6 EcoBoost.
It's the same motor that's in the Ford GT, essentially.
You know, the thing with that is what I say about that EcoBoost motor is I don't know what it's going to do for longevity.
Well, look at the EcoBoost.
I hope it does well.
I mean, if you need something to set a precedent, look at the EcoBoost 4-cylinders. They've been around for 14 years-ish overseas, and now here. They last. They work. And then imagine, if the horsepower race continues, because I've seen a guy already tune an EcoBoost V6 to close to 1,100 horsepower already. Imagine if the horsepower wars continue and Ford's like, fuck it then. You really want to go all out? They'll make an EcoBoost V8. Then it's over.
I don't know that Ford's going to go all out because they're still kind of trying to be reasonable.
Well, the thing is that I don't know. I mean, I guess when you talk tuning and stuff, you get different shit. But there's still, even though the EcoBoost was faster, the V8 still has better like towing capacity and stuff.
Yeah, it's the bigger hammer theory essentially.
Right. But that EcoBoost had, it puts more torque to the wheels right off the bat. So as far as a little short distance, you gun it, it's going to go faster.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, I think people buy a freaking truck for towing, they're going to go diesel. Yeah, that's a smart choice.
Well, but I'm just saying, like, that's where I'm saying I don't think that you know, the V8's going anywhere though, just because there are people that they might tow every once in a while. Like I have a
Right.
towing package on this. You know, I don't own a trailer or nothing, but you never know when a buddy maybe bought a boat. Okay, I'll fucking tow it for you. Like, go pick it up. Like, you know, whatever. Every once in a while, I might tow something.
Yeah.
I still want to have some of the power, but I'm not going to do it. You know, you're right. If you're doing it all the time and like you're always towing shit, then yeah, you're going diesel. I would agree with that.
Yeah, the last two vehicles I've had long term for about 10 years had trailer hitches on both of them. I ain't hooked a trailer to either one. I'm working at a fucking trailer dealer. Or I did.
Dodge already thought of that too, for like the casual once in a blue moon guy that's going to tow something. Their Eco Diesel is a 4-cylinder. It's not made to do it every day. But I think the most important part with the towing of new vehicles anyway that's really come to age is the brake controllers that are built into these trucks these days are fucking amazing. Like Chevrolet has a good one, Ford has a good one, Dodge has a good one. The electronic brake controllers, they're built into the trucks as standard now.
I believe that they're all built by the same outfit.
Probably, but they're brilliant. They work great.
Yes, they do.
Yeah,
And
I like the backup thing for trailers.
They cost me $50,000 a year in work. That's a fact. I mean,
because people aren't fucking up their trailers. Is that what you're saying?
Well, because they come with the damn brake control, so I don't get $150 putting it in.
Yep. But they definitely got that right.
It really works better.
You know what the dark horse of trucking is right now is the new Nissan Titan with the Cummins diesel. Like I'm still waiting for a torture test on that engine.
Fuck Nissan.
I feel the same way about it, but I mean it's a good motor. It's undeniably a good motor.
Fucking Terminator was a freaking great Toyota commercial.
Yeah. Around these days though, like every once in a while I still see one. The T2 package or whatever they called it.
They destroyed that fucking truck and it didn't die.
Oh wait, you're not talking about the Top Gear one, are you? The Hilux?
No,
Okay.
I'm talking about on Terminator 3.
The movie one, yeah. Well, you know, Toyota created a special edition Hilux called the Invincible, right?
No, because I don't pay attention to Toyota.
Well, it was on Top Gear too before it all went down. But yeah, they actually made a truck called the Invincible. I don't think they sold it here in the States, but it was sold globally.
From what I've seen, them things are pretty fucking reliable.
Yeah.
Thank God they don't do a 1-ton dually version here.
Yeah, you know, I was always wondering that because the Tundras are built in Texas now, right? And yet, it must be a gentleman's agreement with the Auto Workers Union or something that Toyota will not build a diesel dually truck in the United States. I don't know why they don't. They probably could. Nissan used to have a really good industrial inline six diesel, and that never came here. But I don't know. There must be a gentleman's agreement of some sort. I know one thing though, if they ever did, it would kill Ford. Like that's their bread and butter truck, the F-350. Because I mean, seriously, who the fuck can afford a $70,000 truck these days? Trucks used to be cheaper than cars. Now they're fucking expensive as hell. Ask Smeggy.
Well, that's because it ain't a damn truck anymore. It's just a car that can haul a lot, and it's a fucking limousine, not just a car.
Cowboy Cadillac. Now I know what you mean. Like the work truck is rare. You got to go to like the fleet vehicle dealer on the edge of town or something to get a basic one.
A guy that was a good customer bought some of the later edition Vortec version of the work truck for Chevy. This thing was a 454 4-speed with a 456 posi in it.
Oh shit!
And he said, I wanted one that would pull my trailer okay. I said, I'll bet it'll do that. I mean, if you can drive it from gas station to gas station, yeah, it's a little bit tough on gas. But hell, he drove that thing 200,000 miles before he got out of the business, and the truck still ran.
Tough on gas is a bit of an understatement, if you ask me.
Yeah. I mean, it was a fucking powerhouse.
Yeah. Nope, my ass
And it
always had a
wasn't extended
Cummins.
cab or anything. It was just a freaking 1-ton single wheel truck.
Most of my hauling trucks were Cummins 12 or 24 valve turbo diesels. Those things are amazing.
You know, the diesel in the pickup truck was one of the greatest fucking ideas ever, because I don't give a shit how big of a fucking gasoline engine you put in there. It ain't got the lug that even a fairly weak diesel does.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, most of your big blocks can handle it, and it doesn't have to. It just has to do it at higher RPM, I guess.
We ran for probably 8 years. We ran 454 and 460, and they would not do what that freaking, what is that, 6.9 Ford, that first one?
Oh, dude, Ford's 460. I mean, that was heavily used too, actually.
But they would not just get out and lug like that. Even that 6.9, which was weak.
You talking about the? Oh, who made that motor? It wasn't a Power Stroke. It was before the Power Stroke, right?
Right.
Wasn't that?
Yeah, it
like
was a Navistar.
Yeah, that's what it is. I thought. Wait, was it that one, or was I thought it started with a P?
No,
You might be right. It's probably the Navistar. Anyway.
It's Navistar who made it, International.
Yeah, it was all right. That was before turbos too, wasn't it?
Yeah, there were no turbos and
slow.
4 speeds.
Yeah. Slow.
But at, like 1,000 RPMs, that thing had pretty damn good grunts, so it would lug well. And then when they finally got around to the 7.3 Power Stroke, they made a motor that was about as effective as a gas motor for everyday use, but still with the low end that would just
7.3
way
was
up there.
okay. It was those 6-liter ones that came after them that were shit.
Now we had 3 or 4 of those 6 liters, and they were all fine. I think they had a notorious issue of losing the cam sensor.
I thought it was a head gasket issue.
Not with ours. Then the 6.4, that was a shitty motor for a while, but we never had problems with it, and the power was fantastic. But nobody's diesels is like the Cummins. I mean, I prefer the Chevy's diesel to drive. It's a little quieter, hell of a lot peppier. I mean, it's like driving a gas motor. Now, this is 10 years ago. I haven't driven one in a long time. But that, I don't even remember what the hell it was. .65. That 6.5 GM diesel was actually a good driving motor, but I've heard lots of people say they wouldn't hold together long term. We never owned any, so I don't know. Hell, I suppose any of them today are snappy like a car. Shit, I can't remember the tag for that GM motor. Oh well, don't matter. Can you hear the Beatles playing in the background? Shit, man, that word is Duramax. That's what the fucking thing is. I'm sitting here racking my brain trying to think of what the hell that thing was.
Man, I go answer the phone and everybody goes quiet. If it.
Well, I was flapping on, but
No, you might be. I might have been wrong about the power strokes. It was a 6 point something. I don't know if it was the 6.0 or the 6.2 or the 6.4. I think it's 6.4, but one of them is dreadful. Like it's a mechanical asshole.
6.4.
Like mid 2000s, right?
Mid to yeah.
Yeah. It's probably that one. Like you listen to Jerry Reynolds on a Sunday, and he talks about how shitty those things are all the time.
Because the 6.0 is what they got now still, I think.
Yeah, it's the short stroke version of it. It's actually pretty good.
We never had troubles really out of that 6.4.
It's generally in the higher mileage range, but I think it was either a head gasket or an intake issue, or maybe it was an EGR issue or something.
It was an EGR issue because we did have that.
Yeah. Fords are
We took
notorious
the
for that.
EGR assembly out of it.
And it has that fucking electric solenoid one too, doesn't it? Like they started that shit in the mid 90s, and it was like they never got rid of it.
So I think of all them Ford motors, my favorite was the like mid 90s 7.3.
Yeah, those were good.
It was not a huge powerhouse, but it did well, and it was fairly reliable. I mean, hell, we got one out there with 300,000 miles on it that starts runs every day.
I started with a 12 valve Cummins, and that went into my Jeep. and I liked it. And then someone offered me a 24 valve engine, so I took the 12 valve out and put the 24 valve in there, and it breathes a little bit better. But yeah, most of my diesels are. Well, they say that, but I mean, it's less efficient.
It doesn't.
Like I started with those, and then I had a 6.5 Chevy, which 6.5, 6.2s, they're all injector pump issues mostly. Mechanically, they're okay though.
I like that 6.5. That thing drives like a freaking car motor.
Yeah, it was good enough for the military. They put it in the Humvee.
The Cummins, it doesn't have to be a volumetrically efficient engine because they force it.
Yeah, that's true. Well, the opportunity presented itself, so I took it. My 12 valve had a shit ton of miles on it, like 450,000 miles on it or something. And the 24 valve I got had like 30.
I got no problems with any of the Dodge motors.
Yeah, they work.
The Cummins ones. The accessories were where the problems were.
Mm-hmm.
These fuckers were notorious, the early ones, for losing vacuum pumps and power steering pumps, all that freaking accessory driveline thingy that was built onto the motor.
It's funny having to explain vacuum pumps on diesels to somebody who's never played with one. They're like, what do you mean? You don't get vacuum from the intake? It's like,
Nope.
No. Not at any usable volume. And then you got to explain to them what a brake bomb is and what Hydro Boost is. Oh, that's funny. I have a BMW with Hydro Boost, and it's a gas engine.
If you've ever built a street rod type engine, you'll have to figure something to supplement the fucking vacuum for that. If you turn it up. Because they're not very good at building idle either.
Yeah.
Although, like, for us, when we was doing diesels, we could take and tap the vacuum and put a check valve in it, so we didn't have to add a second vacuum pump.
Yeah, so you have that one extra pump of the brakes or something if you needed it.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what my BMW has. We call it a brake bomb. It's like the short-term name for it. They actually call it a Hydro Boost accumulator. I think that's a fancy name for it, but yeah, it's just a one-way check valve on a reservoir.
What we did was this coming off of a Ford grain truck when they were putting in the first diesels in those because they had a problem with it too, and they required a fairly large vacuum booster for the brakes on those things. So they would put the one-way valve in it, so when the engine would go into vacuum deficit, it wouldn't let any come back through. And we bought a whole fucking crate of those things. And that's how we solved the issues. And it worked. You know, it cost like $50 to buy a valve from Ford as opposed to $700 for a fucking vacuum pump kit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's only money.
It was never my money.
That's the good news. Let's see if that was good enough. I had to just reflow a shit ton of solder joints on this thing. Because I'm working on power supply the rest of the week. Woohoo!
I think I'm going to my next payday, which should be around the 14th or so. I think I'm going to order another 500, or I'm going to order 544 special cases.
No way. No way. Who hacked your account? And who gave you this password?
What?
Angry's here.
What up?
Hey.
Hey, Angry. What the fuck are you doing here?
It's free country, isn't it?
depends on what side of the border wall you're on.
Yeah.
Did you hear about that woman who's getting deported after being in the country for 20 years because she got pulled over in like Indiana or some shit?
No.
And they're like, oh my God, you need to give this woman amnesty. And we're like, oh my God, she should have played by the rules. Dumb fucks. Getting sick of this whole amnesty thing. It's like, hey, if you want to have amnesty, why the fuck do we even have laws? Let's just have anarchy. The system works because we all put our faith in the system. Duh.
Well, that seems a little sunshine and rainbows and fantasy. The system doesn't really work.
Oh my God, did you just assume my immigration status? Sorry. No, I got
No,
into
we
it
know
with a
you're
couple of-
half not belonger.
Right. Half slave and half not belonger.
So, because of the slight bit of natural born American, you get to stay.
Because I own Smith & Wessons.
I'm sure there's Mexicans down there with Smith & Wessons that we don't want here.
I guess. I'm not that brown.
Summertime, I am.
I used to be. I don't go to the pool like I used to.
And if I stay out plenty in the summertime, I get more brotherly than
That's a funny choice of words.
southerly.
More brotherly than southerly. That should be a hashtag.
More slightly tinted.
That should be a hashtag. Or we should just, I wonder if Teespring will make that shirt.
You know, my eldest told her teacher in school that I was black.
What?
Because I was so dark.
People used to think I was Puerto Rican. I was like, I like to go to the pool.
And my wife went to school for a parent-teacher meeting, and the teacher was talking about the problems of biracial families and whatnot, because the area was kind of racist. I mean,
Just a little.
yeah. And my wife's like, "What are you talking about?" And she said, "Well, your daughter says her dad's black." No, he ain't.
It looks like I get to keep my job. I actually know how
That
to
shows
get
you
that.
how bigoted we raised our kids.
I like that saying that Morgan Freeman had. He was like, if you want to stop racism and the practice of racism, stop talking about it.
Amen, Mr. Freeman.
Pretty much.
It's like you can't teach them racism if you never mention it.
Now look, how racist could we be if my daughter didn't realize that her dad was actually just a dark-skinned white guy who tanned well?
Yeah, imagine her surprise, huh? You what?
It's like that episode of Chappelle Show.
I love that skit where he plays the blind Klanman.
That's what I was talking about.
Probably
Like-
Mediterranean is where I'm at.
Especially at the end where they talk about why he divorced his wife. That was hilarious.
I like Dave Chappelle's response to all bullshit in Columbine. Sometimes it's just fucking crazy.
Well, people in my local area are losing their minds because the local news put up a story and they were asking what your opinions were on this community college campus carry taking effect today. And people are all like, oh my God, this is a horrible idea. There's going to be shooting in the streets, yada, yada, yada. And people were like, wait a minute, dude. They've been doing it at major universities for the last year and nothing happened. Or are you just trying to say that community college people are less trustworthy and stupid? And I was like, you might want to check that bias.
Well, that's
conversation
their
in.
go-to. That's the go-to. Blood will run in the streets.
Well, the funny thing is
Fucking happened, yeah.
when you point out that the fact that they're saying that essentially they're saying that community college students are dumber and less trustworthy, when you call it out like that, they all stop talking.
They're not dumber or less trustworthy. They're poorer. Therefore, they're more apt to rob people, I guess.
I don't know. I went to community college for a couple of years. All I know is if anyone had a reason to shoot up the place, it was me. Because no matter what school I went to, I was out of district for every fucking place in my area. I'm like, how is that even possible?
I went to community college.
I had to pay
I
double
killed
tuition
anybody
for
that
every
So did
school
I.
I ever went to. I was pissed.
I ain't killed anybody lately that I know of, anyway.
Oh God, ain't that the truth? I can't screen share because I'm actually looking at it on my phone. Being hungover in my 20s, I would very much like a Gatorade. Being hungover in my 30s, I would very much like to die. That's fucking true. I didn't start getting hangovers until I was like 36.
Being hungover when you're 50 is like, God, give me some more liquor.
Head hurts so bad.
No, honest to God, I can tell you that every decade of life you live, you can add 1 day to the duration of your hangovers.
Like
So
you're
if you
saying there's
didn't,
2
you didn't
days.
get hangovers until your 30s. When you're in your 40s, they'll last you 2 days. 50s, 3 days. You don't get better neither.
A 14-year-old girl got a hammer stuck in her mouth for 10 minutes. Yes, this is real. Why the fuck did she put a hammer in her mouth? It's like a 3-pound
What?
sledge. Yeah, I'll see if I can get this to copy and paste.
She's got a career in blue movies
Maybe.
when she gets of age. Yes, I realize that's crass and whatnot, but fuck it. If you're stupid enough to put a hammer in your mouth, you're stupid enough to get blue jokes made.
You deserve what you get.
Teen accepts dare to put a hammer in her mouth and it gets stuck. It's on the New York Post.
I just got the Beatles anthology in the mail or on the porch today. I ordered it yesterday.
The teen had been fangirling over members of a Korean boy band when she described one of them as so beautiful I could shove a hammer into my mouth. After her friend egged her on to do it, the tool became lodged behind her lips and she posted a hilarious image with the caption, "How do you tell your mom that you got a hammer stuck in your mouth?"
You don't, because you got a fucking hammer stuck in your mouth.
Luckily, after 10 minutes of yanking, the hammer came free. The baffled mother is now reportedly hiding the toolbox from her daughter.
No shit.
The toy box remains untouched. I'm just kidding.
No.
The last part's a joke. Sticking hammers in your mouth, man. Stupid shit.
Fucking lost my train of thought. I had a good one too.
Sorry, I Amtrak'd you.
Ah, well, it wasn't that good, or I'd remember it.
And where was this? South Korea?
No, it's here in the States. It's just she was
Oh.
fangirling over a K-pop band, I guess, or a K-rock band.
Oh,
Well, you get
does
what
it
you
say
get for
about
loving.
Did you forget again, Tony?
No, I didn't forget. I was just stepping out of the way to let him finish.
No, you can go ahead.
What does it say about the parenting skills that you raised a kid? Is this fucking stupid?
I don't know, man. You heard the statistic? Like, I think it happened in early June that 93% of high school graduates couldn't even figure out how to change a tire.
I'm not surprised.
That is a failure of living in houses without fathers.
I'm not surprised.
What the
It's
hell,
not
they
even
don't know
that.
how to
Like I have a friend who legitimately does. He knows nothing about cars. His dad just never raised him to know anything about cars.
Yeah.
He'd stop by the garage, and he'd ask me to change his oil or something for him, I'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, no problem. And then he'd ask me, can you change wiper blades? Is that really hard to do? No.
There's a trick to it sometimes, but that was back when they had the old posts or whatever, not the clips.
Yeah, yeah. And then, like, I was messing with him the one day. I was like, oh, have you checked your blinker fluid? He's like, no, how much does that cost? And I thought he was joking with me. And I was like, ah, ha, ha. And he's like, really, how much does it cost?
It's like, what's the 710
holy-
cap on under the hood?
I'm like, holy crap.
My uncle sent his wife, my aunt, to the freaking carport store to get a left-handed muffler belt. Now, you have to understand that the car parts guy and my family hysterical.
Well, there's that one video online where the dad sends his, like, daughters or whatever they are into the auto parts store for a flux capacitor, and they come out there like, there's no such thing as a flux capacitor.
All of our kids need to be transported or flown to Finland and forced to take driver's ed there.
No lie.
You know, oh, sorry. I just got back.
Because they actually teach them how to drive a fucking car there.
You know, some of the kids that they interviewed for that 93% statistic, they actually defended themselves by saying, well, my car has run flat tires. It doesn't even have a spare. Okay.
Okay, Junior. Let's see how that works out for you.
Okay. First thing I tell someone that buys a car with run flat tires, go buy a fifth wheel. Like my buddy that I talked to Buddy into buying a Mini Cooper, and they come with run flats, no spare. I'm like, go find a fifth wheel. He's like, why is that? I said, you'll know in a couple of days. A couple of days later, he drives, or he calls me, and he's like, man, this car just rides like it has no fucking suspension. I'm like, yeah, it's them run flat tires. He's like, what do I do? And I'm like, change them for non-run flats. He's like, is that why I need that fifth wheel? I'm like, now you're learning.
You were able to put 2 and 2 together. Congratulations.
It's like, for 70
You're smarter than most.
cognitive skills are amazing.
I didn't do much for teaching my kids about cars. I mean, you know, you check the oil, you keep them maintained, take it and have oil change, shit like that. But I did not want my kids doing that.
Why?
Teach them guns and hunting, stuff like that's one thing. But I hated it by the time my kids got old enough. And I said, look, you want to be dirty every fucking day.
Yes.
And in pain from getting your fucking knuckles busted all the goddamn time, shit like that.
That's a bad mechanic.
That's what working on cars are.
That's just a bad mechanic. Seriously, man. Like, when I was in my teens and 20s, I did that. I was that guy, and I hated it. As I got older, I got better at it. Now I don't cut myself at all. It's so happy.
Well, me either.
But I mean, you know, they got to learn somehow. It's very rewarding feeling too. Like changing your water pump, for instance. It's still a mostly doable thing for most cars.
I told mine go buy a new car. I did. That's a fact.
The only thing I hate about it is there's always an inconvenience when it happens.
Yeah, like you want to be able to do it on your time.
I said, for one, I'm not going to fix your goddamn car for you. You can buy old beater piece of shit. You find yourself a husband that works on it, because I ain't fucking doing it.
Oh, you're not one of those, you don't need to learn to work on cars. Bring it to daddy types.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you, man, at the time I was so fucking fed up with working on shit.
Oh, yes, I see what you're saying. Because like that's one of the reasons I stopped being a mechanic. When my hobby turned into my job, and then it felt like an
Well,
obligation,
you figure
it
out
wasn't fun anymore.
I was doing it in the day, and then I would do it on the nights and weekends for spare money.
Same here.
I did that for years, and finally I'm just, God damn, this is fucking stupid. There ain't no money worth this.
Now the money nowadays is in accessory shops. Like my friend works for a what's it called? It's like a 4-wheel and off-road outfitter, basically, out in my area. And
Like an aftermarket shop.
yeah, pretty much. Like 99% of the vehicles he works on are right out of the showroom. So it's like everything's clean and new. But every once in a while he gets a beater.
Yeah, that's fucking nice.
Oh, I used to fuck with them.
It's a smart way to do it.
Yeah, I used to fuck with them though. Like anytime I wanted work done on my truck, my beat up old, fucking Jeep, of course I'd bring it there. I'm like, I'd like to have this. And
We
this
did
and
a lot
this
of
done, and I'd like to have him work on it. I'd point right at him. He's like, you fucker.
We did a lot of the aftermarket stuff because that's just part of the horse trailer industry. It starts out bug shields and running boards and custom bumpers.
Fog lights.
We never got much of that.
Really?
No. Then it evolved from those. You get the occasional fender flares or the wind deflector thingies on the sides, which suck. Molded running boards, which also suck.
Yeah, because they're not
To them
structurally
fucking
very good.
brush guards, bumpers.
Mm-hmm.
That was a god awful job because I was there by myself handling this
Heavy.
bumper that weighed about 500 fucking pounds.
I used to install those using an engine hoist.
I did it with two
Makes your
boards
life
and
easier.
it was still a bitch. And then I started when I finally got my little electric indoor fork truck. Oh hell, it was easy.
Yeah, I always used an engine hoist. I'd use a nylon strap, triangulate it to the cherry picker. Made life easier. Like the first 2 or 3 that I installed, I'm like, this is for the birds. And then I brought my engine hoist from the shop. I'm like, fuck it, this is how I do it from now on.
I'll tell you, but some of my favorite work was also some of the most aggravating, and that was working on wiring inside of the camper compartments.
Yeah. Let's see, like,
Because they put the wiring in them things, and then they build the camper inside without no fucking respect of what the wiring is supposed to be doing.
Yeah. And then now you can't
And most
access
of
it anymore after they build over it.
Most of the time, it's where they put it in, they've run a screw into the fucking wiring somewhere.
Great. Why's my shit grounding out? I thought it was brand new.
So I'm in there taking this whole fucking liner out of this trailer just to be able to pull, and hell, you can't find where it's at unless the screw actually sparks going through or something, which it doesn't ever do that. But you just keep fucking running power to it on like a 10 amp battery charger that's just tripping all the time. And as you're taking it apart, eventually you'll get to the screw that's bad. Provided they haven't run it through a hole and stuck the fucking wiring through a piece of the frame tube or something, which I don't think I'd seen that. There's that, and then there's people who leave their campers set out in the barn and mice get it. Mice will eat the coating off of all fucking wires.
Yep. A mouse
Yeah,
can
mice
actually
are
chew through a
nasty.
steel cable if you give them enough time.
It's the damnedest thing I've ever seen, but like, I don't know how familiar you are with trailers, but like stock trailers, they're just a freaking steel trailer with slat sides over like 1x2 tubes. And then there's a tube that runs down the top to weld the roof onto and the bows. And what they do is they run that wiring under the tongue and then up to the roof and then back down that long top tube. And a fucking mice will get at either end of that top tube and just take all the coating off all the wires for about 3 feet on each end.
Something's burning.
I was the only person in the middle part of this country that could fix that shit for some damn reason. I don't know why other trailer dealers didn't. But I sure went through a lot of fucking MIG welder wire, pulling wires in and out of those damn things. But I could completely rewire a trailer in about 2 hours. I had done it a lot. I believe I'm going to have to alter my Ruger Vaquero.
In what way?
Well, hang on, I got to turn down the TV. It's got a couple of devices in there that let it free spin backwards about a quarter of a turn in case you roll too far. And then it's got a device in there that stops you going any further, so it can't free spin backwards. Shooting this thing with heavy loads has fucked that up. And it's kind of a common thing with them. They start clicking really odd. Doesn't really hurt the gun, but it'll cause it to jam up occasionally, which mine has done with heavy loads, but I need to pull this freaking piece out of it.
Shit.
I watched a video about it the other day, but it really didn't show what the guy did. Basically, you're making it free spin backwards.
Talking about it messes with the cylinder lock?
Yes. But it's not with the lock, it's more with these guns have a second cylinder lock.
Well,
and that's so they'll free spin backwards.
Yeah.
Or not free spin, they'll roll backwards about, I don't know, a bullet width or something. So if you roll it too far, you can roll it backwards to get around in, because it's a real pain in the ass on the Blackhawks to load them at first, because you start to roll it over, and if you're not watching, you roll it to the cliff and fuck.
I was going to ask if the Blackhawks have that.
No, they do not. But the Blackhawks can be modified the same way by taking the thing that doesn't let it backwards rotate out. But I don't care about the Blackhawk because it's working fine. This Vaquero's, you can feel it fucking click when you're holding the gun. I mean, it's something's clicking that hard in it. I'm not describing it very well because I don't know what the piece is inside. It's just a little freaking thing in there that needs to come out.
I get what you mean.
And when you take this piece out and the other piece, then the gun will, when you open the gate, it'll freely backspin. I think I was screwing up myself. I didn't really, when I'd cleaned the gun, I never really used the solvent in the cylinders to dry them back out. They would be lightly oiled. And I seen a thing the other day that said, you should not do that on a revolver. Or any gun for that matter. Because that's how they start getting that unburnt powder blowing past them. If they're oiled, they won't grip the cylinder. That makes sense.
Did you
I don't
just
know if it's true or not.
preemptively answer an AskGunQuestions.com type question?
What?
Did you just preemptively answer a AskGunQuestions.com like question?
I don't know.
Somebody will ask it eventually.
I can't get to the friggin' ask gun questions, so I have no idea.
Me neither.
Either can I.
It's like Jimmy's secret super club.
It's a Jimmy exclusive.
Yep.
I don't know, but that having the cylinders inside being dry made sense, or the chambers. And I am having the issue with the freaking brass getting dirty from blow by.
Oh, around the cylinder? That happens to me all the damn time. With my Smiths and my Rugers.
Yeah, same here. So
the only way around that is if you. The first explanation I heard what causes that is your loading isn't hot enough to force the brass to obturate against the cylinder tight enough to keep the blow back down to a minimum.
I heard that too, but that's not the case.
I load some pretty hot loadings. It's got to be something else.
That's what I'm saying. I've loaded some moderate to not super magnum loads, but I've loaded some fairly moderate loads, and it still does it.
Mm.
And it does it in every fucking 44 I got. So
it could just be the brass. Like it can only yield so far,
I'm trying this whole idea of the keeping
you
the
say
cylinders.
Yagaman brass, right?
I got Starline too.
Like Starline brass is pretty stiff, so like it does happen with my Starline brass all the time. I just attributed it to it's a pretty stiff brass. Maybe it doesn't give that much. It doesn't really bother me because I wet tumble anyway. But if I could stop it from even happening in the first place, why not, right?
I was going to say that not having any oil on the chambers made sense. At least
keep it dry.
The idea makes sense, so we'll see.
Yeah, I guess if it's wet enough, it would act like a hydraulic buffer in a way. Because you can't compress a liquid, right? So, even if it was 3 microns thick, it can't compress it. So there's that 3 micron gap. Hot gases would burn through and blow through and burn it, and leave the gap, fill it in with soot. Makes sense.
And that's what I was thinking. As it starts leaking around it burns it because they seem exceptionally dirty.
Mm-hmm.
It's really.
I'll be back a little later.
All right. It's really fucking hard to get them cleaned in a tumbler, dry media tumbler.
I just don't like the dust of dry media. I'm glad I went straight to wet from day one.
I wish the fuck I would have.
Tell you what, though, I did find a good use for a dry tumbler. You could powder coat your bullets. Use one of those as the thing to distribute the powder coat. Fortune Cookie does that. It works really well. He uses an old Lyman dry tumbler. He just puts the powder coat media in there. He drops the bullets in there, then he sprinkles the powder coat material on top of it, flips the switch, comes back 10 minutes later, and dumps them into a sifter, and then powder coat, or bakes the powder coat. Good to go.
Well, I'll tell you what I did to help mine out, and that's I put half a fucking can of Comet in it.
Oh, to scrub the brass?
Yep.
You're talking about the dry powder stuff in the old green can, right?
Right, yes.
Yeah, it works. It smells good, too.
And it, in about an hour, cleaned up what 6 hours wouldn't clean before.
Yeah.
So there's a tip for everybody out there. Comet, Barkeeper's Friend, those dry.
I've seen people actually use obsidian sand. It's expensive.
I had thought about buying some fine grade sandblasting sand.
Yeah. It would work. No reason why I wouldn't. I'm dropping screws.
And with sandblasting sand, you could just freaking wash it out, keep using it forever.
Yeah, obsidian sand, man. I was like, damn, aren't you fancy? He's like, oh, I just happen to have a bag. I'm like, why'd you have a bag of that shit? It was part of his saltwater aquarium. I'm like, okay, that's a pretty good reason why you have it.
You wouldn't necessarily have to have the enough filled tumbler, just a fucking cup.
He did. But yeah, I mean, it's sharp. He says you can only use it like once or twice, but because all the sharp ends get, worn smooth or whatever. But I would have never thought of it otherwise. And it looks cool as shit.
Well, then I would just go with regular sandblaster sand because
I bet you could use pumice too. That might take some of the brass away though. Use with caution, I guess.
I don't think you're going to lose enough brass over the course of the case's life to hurt anything. I mean, unless you're just fucking silly and put them in there for 12 hours. Which now is not that unheard of here because it takes that fucking long to clean. Bad.
It's my controller that's burning up. Yay.
Well, I'm going to bail out here. The old lady's home.
All right, man.
We got to decide on something for dinner.
It served me well, but now she died.
I don't know if I'll be around tomorrow or not.
All right, I'll see you if I see you.
I should be, but it'll probably be late because unless it's raining, I'm going hunting or hiking in the woods. More apropos because I ain't seeing much. It's hard to see squirrels in the trees when they're fucking full of leaves.
Yeah.
I did see 2 today, so.
I see the part that burned up.
The only problem is there's so much underbrush that you have to be selective with where you try to shoot one so you don't lose it.
Yeah.
Hey, we'll catch you later.
All right, man. I've got to show. Well, maybe I can show you guys on camera. I mean, I'm not sure if you're going to know what you're looking at, but at least I'll say that I shared it with you. Right, so this is the digital display. And right there, burned. That one little chip burned. So now the display doesn't work. Now I have to find that little chip. Now I'm just going to throw it away. Fuck it. These things are too replaceable. Hot hoods and touch. I'll show my boss this. Be right back. We can rebuild him. We have the technology. Just don't know if we want to spend the money. I found an extra display. Let's see if this works. That saying at the end of Jurassic Park, hold on to your butts. Let's see if this works. Do I get to keep my job? Nope. Ooh. Smoked that display as soon as I plugged it in. What the fuck? Not cool. Maybe it's this cable. Killed that one. I done killed it real good. Well, seeing as how I'm about to leave the shop for the day, I gotta shut down early because I gotta go to the bank early. So, let me remind you, for tonight on Gunchannels, we have the Daily Show, Daily Gun Show coming up in 90 minutes. That will be followed by, Daily Gun Show runs in concurrent with Hindalusia Armory's Shop Talk today, 7 o'clock Eastern Time. That will be followed by Hit or Miss, Tuesday, 9 o'clock Eastern. And Big Gunner 81 wraps us up for Tuesday nights here at Gunchannels. I want to thank everybody for joining us today. And normal service with the early watch should resume tomorrow. So until then, we'll see you later.